welcome back. It's Radek, and I am going to do a pretty long stream today of Cities Skyline 2. So this is the fourth session that I've done for Cindy Springs. Cindy Springs is named after my wife, just like all of my cities are. And this city, I decided I would focus on agriculture. So most of the time when I build cities, I've built them for size, just trying to make the largest city I could. And I've had a decent amount of success doing that, really for the last couple of years. I certainly have not put in the amount of hours that some folks have, but I'm getting there. So with each stream, I'm getting there. But no, I'm more or less a longtime player of these games. So I started off playing SimCity back in the 80s, and fell in love with that gameplay then, and then I've played pretty much all the successors since then. So I think this is the best city simulator that's out right now. That's just my opinion, and I have already had countless hours of enjoyment playing this game. So most recently I started streaming this content more. I've done a lot of different content over the years. Started off with Elite Dangerous and dipped into Overwatch a little bit, done a whole bunch of other video games in between. I've done drone videos and a little bit of astrophotography. So I've just kind of a geek with a lot of hobbies, and so this is my latest, which is the Cities Skyline, and the reactions have been great. I've interacted with more people. Good morning, Dustin. I've interacted with more people, and I've had more fun playing this game because of those interactions than I have in a long time. So thank you, all of you who've recently subscribed and who've liked my videos. And Dustin, I see your question there about making a Chinatown entrance into the main large farm at Cindy Beach Highway. I haven't thought about that, but yeah, I like that idea that there's a clear separation look where it comes to here's the residential side of the map and here is the industrial side of the map. I like that. And I like the idea that, you know, I can section off different parts of the city based off their theme, right? So, you know, this is mostly themed southwest, so it would be like the southwest gate into this city, right? And it's we can do it around the whole community, right? So we got Sinmont N, for example. We could gate this whole community and put gates into there by the roads. I like that idea for customization. So I'm gonna put that on my list of, yeah, we're gonna consider that. For this stream though, I did a little reading and did a little research on what's going on here with my not enough customers. And I have some ideas to try to solve that this stream. So we're going to look at a couple of things, all right? We're going to make sure that my airport outside connection is set up in a way so that we really are bringing in inner city traffic, okay? So that's one of the things. We're going to do the same thing for the rail yard as well. We're going to expand the map this way and bring this rail line in, probably bring another bridge across this not yet developed bay, and then connect it across. We're also going to attempt to bring in a rail connection to this end of the city as well. And I'm going to take a closer look at how pathing and traffic is flowing to these buildings. So even though we spent a lot of time last stream kind of trying to set that up, we're going to take a look at that. That all said, after we make these changes, then we're going to let the stream sort of sit, or the sim run for a while. Seen a lot of folks saying the same thing I do, which is sometimes you just have to wait for the sims to do what they're going to do. You know, they do their own thing. It's a very complex game. What about a Caro? Hang it at. Have you thought? Yeah, I'm not getting your other comment there. You'll have to ask me again. I also watched the stream, the latest dev diary that came out from Iceland Studios. I really enjoyed what I heard from that team. I think it's exciting that they have so much experience, not only in this game, but just in game design in general. I was really impressed with their kind of transparency on approach and what they want to do, and at the same time setting expectations in a way that said, this is a complex game, so it is going to take us a while to figure this out. And also acknowledging that there's a lot of players out there, and I'm not one of them, by the way, not yet at least, but there's a lot of players with like 1,500, 2,000 hours of game time in this game that know a lot more about this game and a lot more about how the simulation works than really a lot of folks, maybe even on the development team. They acknowledge that, and I think that's exciting. So I think whenever you see development teams looking to be that engaged with the community while already standing on top of a really high quality product, I think that's exciting for the future of the game. A freight hangar at the airport. Yeah, I have one, I think, don't I? Didn't I put one in? I think I put a cargo line in. Let's take a look at that real quick. But that's not going to bring in us more tourists. So here, we're going to take a look at this real quick and make sure that I just have everything set correctly. So the airport service. Okay, yeah. We got the cargo terminal, the business lounge. We got airport services. We've got these airlines here. Okay. But as far as how many people we have coming in the city by air travel, I mean, nobody, right? Like, I don't know if they're flying on Cessnas or something, but you know, this is not effective at the moment. So we need this line here to come in from outside my city. So I'm gonna attempt something here to start with, and then we're just gonna go from there. So let's go to the passenger, and I want people from here to fly to here, and then fly to here. Yep, little like gonna fly around and then hit our little terminal.
But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it,
and then return home.
No use reminding you. Meanwhile,
all right, so that is my newest line now created. Okay, it is this one, right? Yep, 7 stops. All right, we're gonna rename this, and we're gonna call this all region. change the color. And we're going to use an airliner. I mean, $8 feels pretty cheap for airlines, right? I'm going to assign more planes. And we're going to leave the ticket price alone for the moment. Okay, so that was step one. Let's bring people in by trying to create a flight that originates outside of my city instead of just the flights what I have now, which seem to originate from inside my city. So we're going to start with that. The other is I need a better entrance to my airport here, I think, or I need a better way to exit the airport. So if we look at how people are going to path out of here, right? So here's our pathing for people. Okay. So we have probably a need. So I've got one bus line that picks folks up and then takes them out of here. I think what I'll do is drop in a taxi line. Okay, so we've got the bus comes here. Let's also kind of write down from the bus, or right before the bus can be, grab a taxi. You grab a taxi. Now, how do you get out of here quickly? I think I'm going to have to put something here. Instead of dragging them all the way here. Well, maybe this isn't so bad. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if that helps. So we'll start with that, right? Bus taxi. Taxi's going to bring folks into the parts of the city. I really want more folks down here. So I'm going to drop in more taxi lines. Put another one here. We're going to put in a taxi depot at the airport. That right there, I think. Kind of like that. So subway, maybe, but if you think about it, like, I'm trying to bring in wealthy Sims, and wealthy Sims are more likely going to take a taxi versus a subway. So depends on the traffic. Like if let's say for example, instead of this being not enough customers, let's say it was not enough workers, and let's say I checked the workers and the worker type I'm missing for whatever reason isn't in this city. Then, of course, I can either attract that worker to the city by either increasing education or building like low rent to increase them, right? But another thing I could do, like for more like uneducated, lower educated workers, right? I could put a subway in and then drop the price on the subway line to nothing, right? So I make it almost free to travel, and now it makes it more attractive for poor citizens to travel on. Now I get them traveling, but that same sim is not going to be who's going to occupy my hotels over there, right? And that's my issue. I need wealthy sims to come in. So taxi brought in, another taxi service. This one's a depot. We're gonna toss the dispatch center in. We're gonna make them electric, and we're gonna drop even a second. You know, no, I'm not. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient and wait till that maxes to 25. Once this maxes out and I have all my vehicles in use, then I'll expand instead of expanding early. Money's looking okay. All right, so we've got our taxi location in. Right by the prison. Yep, I already had a small one, so I went ahead with the bigger one. Is there even a larger one? Yeah, with the taxi. I have one of these already, so I went with this one. I've got a bus depot. I have a city bus station, a bus. I don't know if I have a bus station yet. I've got a small bus station, though. All right, so that's a pretty big change to... oh, what's this over here? Member-focused economy. Demand is low for high density. That's good. I read about this. So this is a glitch here. It's just something that the game eventually should work itself out. But for whatever reason, as long as this isn't, I mean, people are happy. So we don't have issues. As long as we didn't have... These are not true pathing issues. It's just a game glitch. So we're going to ignore those. I'm not worried about them. And then eventually the game should correct that. These are not glitches. These are absolutely a result of me not bringing enough tourists into the city. And there's... So another thing I can look at here, we're going to look at the outside connections. Okay. I mean, pretty good amount of outside connections, so we're good there. Let's see here. This one here, though, this is one we want to get. All right, here's our tourism. Okay. So this here is green. It's where they want to be, but not so green here. So we're not really... So our city attractiveness... This is overall, but these are where it's more attractive. And here, even with my little parks, I don't think this is attractive enough. I think that's my biggest issue right now. Again, good idea, Dustin. Right now, though, as you see, I think my issue is more about how attractive this area is. So I think we're going to lose some of these businesses in favor of adding in a tourist attraction. That's interesting. We could take a big step and put a medieval castle there. A smaller step with the Western Observational Tower. Essentially just blow up everything right there, right? Even this, maybe even here, wouldn't be a bad idea. I can get rid of that path easily. You know, I think this is the solution. Versus this. And that's 85. Oh, wow. That's an 85, though. What about this one here?
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution.
I need to do a Chinese section of the city. I don't have that yet. But that's a future plan. So I want to save these for that. Even the Western Observational Tower I would like to save for that part of the city. So
and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for
along with that, so this will be for a different part of the city because I want to theme it more using the dragon theme and stuff. So we're not going to drop that, but the medieval castle is tempting.
For some reason, that song is always stuck in my head.
I've already got this and this down.
And you're listening to the atmospheric piano chant.
We could try a large sports park instead. This is an 80. So I could replace a lot in here with a large sports park. Like right there. Right, because that's going to increase the attractiveness of the area. Of course, we have a lot of trucks that go through there, right? So really, maybe the better plan is to put it here. All right. And I should have enough housing available to supplement this. So I think this is what we're going to do. I think we're going to drop a sports park complex right there. But you see, we'll lose the... See, no, I can't because the type of housing I'll lose. Alright, let me see what else I can do to solve this unattractiveness. How about a community pool? That's a 15. 25. 50. So size matters. This might be okay. Alright, this is the one. Here we go. Decision time. Oh, my fountains. Okay, let's see what that does. All right. Oh, did I put a local bus station in? That's not what I want there. What the heck? One game set match in here. Okay. Silly. Alright, so game set match is in here now instead of the local bus station. And now let's see what that will do to my attractiveness. This is still not of benefit. What is this? Oh, the police station. Hmm. Now we can relocate the police station, I think. What districts are you covering? You're covering all of them, really? I don't think that's necessary. Let's move you. Right, that gives us room to drop another attraction. So actually it's better located on the other side. This way we're within walking distance of these hotels. I think these are bugs also. Although this pathing could be of question, but sort of right on the edge of a district. But I don't think so. That wouldn't be why these are messed up. They literally have a... Where are you going? Why are you way over here? You should only be operating here. Alright, let's let this run a little bit. So we've done our regional flight changing. Increased attractiveness. Next thing up is going to be... You're right, a passenger train. Another one. I have one passenger train right now. It stops here and brings folks into this part of the city. So that's how I'm attempting to address this this issue. So it's connected here. Here's its outside connection. And we're green, so we should be good. This one here, I'm not seeing an outside connection, so not so good. Hopefully everything we've done to add stuff here, which does have outside connections, right, and then comes through the city. See, I've got some green. Oh. Yep, these aren't connected. I mean, we have everything we can to connect people, so now we need more people. I got a bus route that goes past there. We got taxis that go past there. Everything but a tram, right? So, let's see. Forget to build a subway, is that going to be underground or at grades separated or elevated or a mix of all three? What will I be doing? That's a good question. That's a good question. I think we'll probably do a mix, right? So, yeah, you want a tram to the airport? Yeah. The problem is that I don't have an issue with not enough people getting from here to there. I have enough people. I need more people flying into the city. So right now we're just look at my all region flight. So look at the difference between that all region flight I set up and all these other ones. It's a huge usage increase, but it's still only at 8%, right? So I need more passengers. I don't have an issue of not enough ways from passengers to get from here to here. I have an issue with not enough passengers getting on the getting into the city. if people were like coming here and then leaving, I would solve that problem like you just said with a tram. But I don't want to add a tram in over there because that will cost money. And even though I'm making a lot of money right now, that will eventually bite itself if I don't have the need for it, right? So if I just set that up and just let it run, it's gonna put me in a hole that it'll be tougher for me to expand later. So maybe when I'm making like $1 million an hour or something, then yeah, you know, I can drop things and upgrade. But you can really see, you can see in one of my other streams where I have a large city that was making a lot of money, and I took some quick actions, and then all of a sudden I'm losing almost nearly the same amount of large money I was making. So could use a major shopping district. Is the airport attractive enough is your question, right? My feeling is that yes, the city is attractive enough because my city has an overall attractiveness, okay? So if you look at the city and you look at tourism, my attractiveness is high. We're at 100. The issue is that people entering the city need a reason to come to where this is, right? So they need a means to get to where the green is, where your attractiveness is high versus low. This low attractiveness right here, nobody wants to come here. That's why nobody's coming to these buildings right now. So what I'm trying to do is increase the attractiveness with these, and thereby draw people to this part of the city. This I already have set up, right? So I have the Ario Seco building set up right next to this. So what we, you know, I mean, that's as close to the airport attractiveness as I can get almost, right? So I kind of have a shopping center already. But you know what I don't have is a taxi.
Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about it.
Trying to set up even just a little taxi line.
I'd never get anywhere.
We're looking at clear and
So
sunny skies across
encourage the taxis to pick up anybody wandering around and take them to here.
This is local weather with you all day, every day.
So that's this building. And here, we'll go ahead and throw in, it's a risk, okay? So it may just turn into a bigger disaster, right? And in fact, I'm not going to yet, because we'll put one in. Because this just, I don't have any commercial demand over here. Most of my commercial demand, see how it's darker? See how it's green here? This is where my commercial demand is. So I could put more commercial here, but not really here. This isn't, none of this is, I don't have any demand. So without demand, you just start building buildings and then you end up with this. These may just get converted into residential. This may not last. We're doing what we can, but at the end of the day, if they're struggling, we may just replace them. Well, we're downwind. That's, I can't do that. All right, so like I said, I made some changes. I've added different flights. Maybe we'll add another flight. How many vehicles am I going to use? 5 of 8. Okay. Don't really need a parking fee yet. All right. I'm dumping that line. And I'm dumping that line. We're going to keep that one. And we're going to create some new lines. We lack police care over here, huh? We're gonna bring in a DE police station. Flashing a little bit, huh? No, it's just not attractive enough over here. Oh, do I have the live stock exchange? No, I have not done the central bank yet. Not yet. Oh, we got commercial issues now over here. See? Again, this comes down to I'm not bringing enough people into the city. Well, this has no outside connection. Or a limited one. Well, we need a taxi stand over here. Okay, so that adds me in the potential there for more taxis. Now, the other thing I need to do is, again, just looking at small police stations to bring them in, because I took away my regional police. We're gonna really just sort of focus our coverage. They're gonna help here. I need to move you. Yeah, no real place for it to go. So it can go right there, and that's how it will help. Same with over here. Okay, they need better police coverage. We're going to put a Southwest style station in over here. Now. Too big. Something small. Yep, just a small station. That's gonna go here. And just operate in this district. We're gonna add some homes over here. Alright, so I'm gonna try something here. Alright, we're gonna rezone this. So we're gonna, instead of, these are southwest, right? Yep, we're gonna change it. Okay, CN low density. Same with these over here. And here. Then we're going to do CN. Low density. Along with little gates, right? There you go. Okay, so we're building a Chinatown over here. Kind of leading into it. I'm gonna do mixed style homes in here, and then this will then lead into the China district, which eventually will have higher population this way. Alright, these guys here. I'm gonna try something. To fix my glitch here. Okay, before I do that, I'm gonna test something. Alright, let's try this. Okay. Let's just trying an undo option. More death care issues or more glitching? No. Death care looks fine. It's not even operating at a capacity. High density is very tough to manage when it comes to services. There's just a lot of people here. Random thought. From my experience, real cities' Chinatowns always seem really downtown. So must have been around early days, but never seem like they scale. Oh, I mean, I like what you mentioned there, Mr. Swain. And you're giving me an idea for my next city, right? So between you and Dustin,
A driving advisory has been issued for the
the
immediate
next city I build,
road conditions.
I think I'll
Please
start
exercise
with
caution if you
maybe
must
that
drive, and
concept,
try to
right?
stay off the
Like
streets until conditions
a
improve.
a
This has been
small
public service announcement.
a small city, inner city with a Chinatown, right? And then with the gate to that,
All right.
and that's
It's time for a weekly
like the
Ask Jeeves
downtown
Advisory
area.
session. Get to
I
dive into
I
the
kind of
main
like
rack
that
to see what's
concept.
been keeping you
Um,
music lovers awake at night, and put my counterpoint training to good use.
I like that.
Let's see.
I've
Into the
haven't been.
developments.
I've only been
Deal
to
list. Last Christmas, I went to a
Chinatown
piano
in New
concert
York
Delaware, and I was surprised
and
by the
in
fact
San
that the players
Francisco.
have a harp piano
So
and not a classical Steinway piano.
those are the only two cities
First of
where
all,
I've
thank you for
specifically
reaching out
gone.
to Lululemon. I
And
noticed that it's
I had a
more
friend of
modern
mine
and
in New
all
York that I
artists use
visited
Yamaha
who
pianos
lived
instead of the classic ones. But I guess the most important thing is
in
that the
Flushing,
music is right, and
which
gear
is
comes in second place.
really close to
Visit Liz
what
Peterson
people refer
and
to
you're
as
listening to
Chinatown.
the atmospheric
And then
culture.
I live close enough to
just
San
in from
Francisco
Friday.
that I've been
If
there.
you're thinking about hitting the
But I
streets,
haven't in a
you can
long
expect
time,
delays
and
on the major roads, especially
certainly
on
not
the
at a time where I would think of it contextually with this game. So you bring up a really good point, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until
All right.
everything clears up.
Anyways,
You already know about it. No use reminding
again,
you.
biggest problem, right?
Really,
We're not.
expect delays
I just don't think we're
by
bringing
shift.
in enough people
A chilly day
to the
with
city
temperatures
from the
below
outside
zero
connections.
heading
So,
out. Don't forget to
oh look, we got crime at the airport. What's going on here? We don't have coverage of it. Really? You can't cover the airport? I mean, you're supposed to be, but you can't connect there, huh? That's not a problem. I'm plopping police stations all over the place, so we're gonna do another small police station here. I don't know about UK style. I'd rather save that. I could do a normal police station here. How much is that? That's not bad. Let's stick it like here. And it can operate in this district, and in this district, and in this district. And it can handle all three. Well, crime will certainly stop people from coming to your city. So that can be an issue. Alright, we got better counts of passengers now. I mean, 32 and 18 is better, right? 20% usage is better. So we're certainly improving with that. I'm getting rid of that, and I'm getting rid of that. And then I'll put it in another line just like I just did. Kind of the 2-for-1er. Let's just make sure. We're going to originate from here. Bus line. Yeah, we're going to originate from here. And we'll go here. To here. Alright. I got room to add one more when I want. Excuse me. Toronto's and Victoria's are pretty central like those. Those are two places I want to visit, so I will keep that in mind. Not a fan of service areas being so finite. Would rather it gradually fall off in the distance or be less effective or something. Not a fan of service areas being so finite. would rather it gradually fall off in the distance or be less effective or something. I see what you're saying. The way you could simulate that in this, right, is I would think you make districts like this one, right, which you could have heavy service areas, right, like this one gets the best, gets the best police and medical and fire, right, and then as you get to the edges, you just you don't cover them with the same anymore. You cover them with like small medical and small police and things like that, and you can make the those regions larger, right? Like we could take Side Junction here and make it really big, so that you have the services and you're forcing them to be spread out, and thereby making them less effective. I wonder if that would give you more of the feel that you're thinking about. I do understand what you're saying when you say, get less effective as they get to the edge. I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying there. I'm thinking about that. How you could set this game up to be that way. So like let's use that example. Like even, at least in my area. So right, I can only speak to my area. In my area, we have different types of police, even, right? So it's even more compartmentalized. So in a way, you could create the same compartmentalization with police, right? You could build small police stations in a district that are like your sheriffs, right? And they cover the whole district, but they're just small. And then you could take one of the large police stations and have it just cover the whole map. The problem with that, of course, is that, I mean, it's not really a problem, but just like in real life, you're going to end up with a lot more unsolved crimes, right? Like, so unlike real life, like the police here is pretty much solve like all the crimes, right? Like that's your goal, to like get to like zero crime, right? But like effectively, many crimes in real life are not solved. So, I mean, you could do this, right? But you would end up with a lot of icons on your map that would have a lot of criminal activity, which, I mean, may be okay, right? But it could be part of the theme that you're going with. Like you just leave the crime happening in this part of the city because that's just it. It's like Baltimore in The Wire. You could do that. You could. Like this here, right? We got crime going on right here. We could just leave it and be like, we can't afford to fix this right now. It's a problem is what it is. We're going to allow the police just their own time to respond. I mean, we have coverage, right? So, yeah, there they are. They're responding. They're busy, though. Like, who knows? Maybe it's corruption on the force. You don't know. Oh, here comes the supervisor. Oh, no. He just left. What do we got down here? Okay. Yeah, so this is a backup into the city. I have two ways that you can, essentially enter, unless you were smart enough down here. So these are all tracking through here because they're trying to get to the other side for the most part. Which leads me to say, okay, maybe we add in another way to get over there without needing to come through the city, right? So maybe I do like an elevated highway that would land into here. Now, the best way to do that would be to get rid of this farm, but now we're bleeding into why I haven't fixed this little traffic problem yet. So that's an example of something I just accept as just like in real life. Sometimes there's heavy traffic as you head into the city. That's just the way it is. This was the original design of the map right here with it comes with this, so I kind of worked around it to start. I don't know how much of a fan I am of this. It feels limiting. I kind of like, you know, these a little bit more, or even the trumpets. Like, I even like something like this a little bit more. I put this in, this monstrosity of an intersection, but man, it's effective. At some point, I could lay down higher density people here, right, or higher density buildings or anything, right? All right, how's my tourism doing? Are we building up at all? No, not really. Oh, it's a little greener here. Okay, so it's decent attractiveness. This is still an issue. No one's going to come here. And that's why these buildings are probably suffering. They're not really even suffering. These are just... Alright. Time to increase attractiveness here. More parks. Way too big. Way too big. This could work. Oh, what's overlapping? Oh, an underground bicycle parking lot. Another attempt to try to bring more people here. I like the fountains. So we're going to drop a large fountain right here. And we're going to put another one right next to it. Oh, look it. Finally people moved in there. Okay. We were able to force people to to go into here. I'm sorry, attract people. All right, we got to let the sim run a little bit here. See if this gets impacted at all by
Has been issued for the immediate area due to
by
poor
those
road
changes.
conditions. Please exercise
We've added
caution as you
taxis.
drive and try to stay
We've
off the
added
streets until conditions improve.
airline
This
routes,
has been a local public service announcement.
A driving
some
advisory
nice
has been
parks.
issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please
See how much this
exercise
changes in
caution
the
if you
next
must
5 or 10
and
minutes.
try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
By the way, thanks for coming by and hanging out this morning. If I know a couple of you are my new subscribers, so thank you very much for subscribing.
Keep it tuned right
If
here, everybody.
you are a
This is your
new
host,
visitor,
Liz Peterson.
I'm Radek,
You're listening
and you
to
found my little
Very
corner of the
Fast.
internet. So I appreciate everyone who's liked and subscribed to my content lately. That's attracted more people. Some of you have even shared my content. Thank you for that, because
Road maintenance services have already
I don't
been
really do a
scheduled.
lot of
Traffic
promoting. I
should
did
return
post
normal.
out on
If you're planning
the
a
City
trip
Skyline
back,
2
you
Reddit
might
forum the
want
other
to
day.
get
I did
involved
post
in
out there
things
that I
like
was
that.
doing a
You already know. No use for
helpful stream, right? Like
expect delays.
I called it like a guide. It's not really a guide,
Stand from traffic. If you're
except that
thinking about hitting the street,
I'm
you can
more than willing to
delays on the
share whatever knowledge that I have. So
Good to know, Jim.
guide was the best
Seems
way
like
I could set it up.
everyone's in a hurry to get somewhere
So
fast.
if you've come here for a guide,
Slowing down.
awesome.
And if
Glad
you
to answer
can,
questions.
plan your trip
Glad to
outside the
share my knowledge.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait
Nearing
till
up now on
traffic
about
starts
500
turning.
hours of time in the
Besides,
game,
if I
so
did
I'm
that, I'd never
I'm
get
moving
anywhere.
past that amateur level and into the advanced place. Certainly don't have, the huge time others have put in, so I'm by no means an expert yet. There's a lot of learning going on here, as you can see with my current dilemma with not enough customers, and these are all hotels. I'm just not bringing enough people into the city for the hotels. You know, Mr. Swain, that's a great question. And I have streamed on Twitch before. Years ago, I was a partner on YouTube. And I have well over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. And one of the, I don't even know if it's still that way, but back in the day, when I was a partner, you couldn't stream on both platforms and still receive partnership benefits. You had to pick a platform. I don't know if that's still the case or not. And to be honest with you, this is very much a hobby of mine. So my real work is very busy. I'm fortunate enough to have some vacation time, and I'm off today. I'm off for the next couple of days. So I'll stream a lot, and I stream a lot when I'm on vacation and things like that from my actual job. But when it comes to like going out and hustling and getting more subscribers, I'm lazy. I don't interact on Twitter at all. I don't. I rarely go out and let people know on Reddit that I'm streaming. I'm like the laziest streamer in the world. That's why I kind of jokingly put on my intro video on my channel, like, congrats on finding my channel, because even finding my channel can be a challenge. So, and that's my fault. I don't do enough to try to attract more content. I have all sorts of ideas. I like to put together a highlight video of my cities in a way I think that might be interesting for people to interact with. I thought about that, and then trying to use that to draw in more people. But I mean, honestly, this is fun. I like just chatting people, it's certainly fun to grow my channel. I love seeing new subscribers. I love when people like my content. It's absolutely fun. But like I said, I've been lazy. I haven't even set my camera up in a while. And I have my camera. I had a whole green screen set up. I do all sorts of things, right? I just haven't. I started playing this game again when they did some of their improvements, and I was like, and when they did the improvements, I was like, wow, my computer is handling this content so much better. What's going on? And then I was like, wow, maybe I can actually stream this again. And so that's really what I'm doing. So you can see, yeah, I've made some just minor tweaks to my hardware to get it to perform this way. And I think it's pretty impressive, both the technology of the hardware and the technology of the game, that they were able to get the software in a place where it took more benefit from the hardware, and then I was able to sort of like get the hardware in a place where I could maximize it in a way that makes this gameplay better. So anyways, I rambled there a little bit, but yes, I have considered streaming on Twitch. I just probably won't. This is where folks will find me. If they're looking for Radic, that's me. And I'm the real Radic. That name did not exist on the internet before I started using it like 20 years ago. So that's why my channel is at the real Radic. Or I think that's what it is lately. For years I tried to get just Radic. That's what I want my channel to be, and I couldn't get it. But Commander Radic was outdated because I don't really do Elite Dangerous anymore. So here we are at the real Radic. Well, you're welcome, and thank you very much for the interactions. That's awesome that you're working on a mod. While I don't really use them, I think there's a lot of really cool ones out there, and I love seeing the community created content and the community created mods. I think it's why to me this game is so wonderful. It allows players to play how they want to play, and it really embraces that behavior. So I love games that are community focused like this and build a community atmosphere. So thanks for hanging out, Mr. Swain. Appreciate you. Best of luck, and yeah, come on by. Love to chat with you anytime. When I'm playing CS2, I will probably be streaming it.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
So money's dipping a little bit, and just gonna take a look. Customers definitely getting better.
Peterson on the atmospheric
Not
planet.
quite solved, at least not on here. Oh, what do we got going on here? More corruption. Okay.
This just in
Let's
from
slow the sim
traffic.
down.
If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during
Yeah.
rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait now.
Okay, I'm gonna drop a big station.
Besides, if I did that, I'd never get
Yeah,
anywhere.
there's no room for that here.
Out and about with our
That'll
mobile units,
hurt my
we're
attractiveness if
just
I do that. So I can't drop a station
Weather
there.
is really, really bad
What are
out
you
here.
doing?
I still don't see why I'm standing outside.
So how much accumulation?
All are out
power-
patrolling.
How am I supposed to know that?
Well, can you estimate?
I'm
Okay.
coming back in.
Right.
Can we expand you to
For that
here?
real-time on-site update,
I feel like you should be able to cover both. Here, it's all on the same side of the city.
back in the studio.
Everything's connected.
Chilly day with
Let's see if that helps.
So if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
Alright, we did solve some of the customer problem over here. And in fact, I think I'm going to expand my high density business here. Well, demand for it must be commercial, must be lower demand. That's fine. We can introduce Dragon Gate. Now we'll put some Southwest style here for fun. The city's gonna level up pretty quick here, so I'm gonna look and see if there's any signature buildings that make sense to add in. Oh. Oh, this is where we're hurting for police, huh? Okay, good. Now we're fully covered, I think. Oh. Criminals. Alright, where's my signature building? You need some. Where you going? I'm going to the store. I need milk. Oh, no, I don't need anything. Thank you. Right next to the old dump. I'm gonna put it here though. We need to be able to manage traffic. What's that? That's a water purification center, isn't it? Yeah, there could be ground pollution here. Hold up. There we go. No, it's fine. Let's do it. Okay, now let's drop that that building. Now I can go here. And I can make sure that I can get enough roads around it. There we go. And then we're going to give it a police station. Hey, hey, the thriving Metropolis. So progression-wise, oh yeah, all sorts of neat things. We're almost near the end here, right? Put a little marker on the stream there as we move into a new realm. 80,000 people too. We're going to give the game a save. So we've gone up 10,000. Added a nice residential complex to help deal with all this crime. That's helped our money a little bit. That's nice. We're still not bringing in enough tourists to take care of all our commercial. So that has to be, continues to be the focus.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
Okay, so money is settling out a little bit. We solved some of the issues here, but not all of them. But I now know that part of the problem is this industry is causing a problem with the attractiveness of the area. So that's fine. We can solve that by looking over here and doing this. So we're going to do a big paint. Well, first off, I'm going to slow down the sim. I got plenty of money per hour to do this. We're going to do a big paint over here.
At the Atmospheric Piano Channel. I'm Liz Peterson, and I'm your host.
This just in
Okay.
traffic. If you're thinking about
And then we're going to come back here.
delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good
Okay.
to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down.
And I'm going to attempt to rezone this entire area
outside the rush.
Oh,
between
I'd
office.
rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. More local news today. The tourism board just released their latest figures, and somehow the number of visitors to the region fell by over 20% last season.
Okay,
Well,
so
that's fine by me, Jim. I just love it here. Maybe
like
we'll
that.
my little secret.
And
I
see if we
like
can
the
just
sound
make
of
this
that
whole
plan.
area more attractive.
We're looking at clear and sunny skies across the region.
All right,
today.
so I'm going to take a money hit because of that.
I'm looking forward to getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air later today.
Okay, just like that.
All day,
We lost 10,000 an hour, right?
rain or shine.
So we're going to let this play through a little. And in fact, maybe I'll even add another park in this area. Maybe we'll put Spin Vista in here. Why not? Okay, I'm going to dump this street. I'm going to put Spin Vista in. Along with not just Spin Vista. You're gone. You're just gonna get moved. And then our road can meander. Very good. Make a little walking path here. Right across the street from that hotel. Make another one right over here. Same deal. Down here a little bit. There we go. And oh, nah, not a lighthouse. Fountain. I mean, there's enough room here for even a bigger park. I don't think I need to go small. There we go. Okay. Oh, we got garbage issues here, huh? I got a recycler right here. All right. We have the service, so what area are you covering? Wow. Pretty big area. That's fine. All right, so I knocked down some of my big money-making industry section. they're being rebuilt now. And now we got to give everybody time to adjust. So new jobs for Sims. And hopefully bringing more people into the city to once and for all solve my little tourism issue. Lesson learned for next game. Really separating industry from everything else is really key to I think you can separate it with parks. I think that's what I'm gonna do. My next build. So I'll have industry separated by a strip of parks. So hopefully that will solve the attractiveness issue. All right, let's look at power. Yeah, we're still pretty okay with power. I can come up here, huh? Oh, yeah. Honestly, I think I could do wind the whole time. I don't think I'm going to have to expand. Okay, so we could add a university. That would up the wealth of my Sims. If I brought in a university, where would I put it? Yeah, I'd probably do this. Like here.
Interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
The Fire and Rescue Service reports that fires are currently spreading in the nearby forest. The billowing clouds of
I think I put it like here because it has
at this time, all
facilities that can
citizens in
help
affected
people in the
area are
area.
instructed to immediately move
So
to a safe
it's kind of
distance
better to
until the
centrally
situation
locate
is
it.
under control.
It should almost go here. Like move the high school and put it here. So like shift the high school to here. here-ish. And then drop the university here. Move this facility to like, well, now things will be downwind of it though. I certainly don't want that. Maybe I can move that facility over here though. I have a lot of empty space here. Somewhere out here, maybe. It's a much smaller map than I've worked with before, so real estate placement is definitely a new challenge. I need that university to go down someplace where I can then build buildings around it. So that may go out here. Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's look at the technical university. There's a regular university. This is just a modern facility.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property
Large
are
building.
expected.
Technical,
Citizens are
another
advised to
large
remain
building.
indoors until the situation passes.
Do a modern university, much smaller, more compact. Might be better for this city. So if I put a modern university here, is where I would put it. Oh, nice. And then you have opportunities to enhance it like that. It's a little better. Okay, so now I've got my university. that will help a little bit with just increasing the general education level of the Sims.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local
getting
public
better.
service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
All right, it's time for a weekly Ask the Musicologist session. I get to dive into the mailbag to see what's been keeping you music lovers awake at night and put my counterpoint training to good use. Let's see. Interlude 11 writes, Dear Liz, last Christmas I went to a piano concert in Delaware.
And we're
I was
slowly
surprised
increasing
by
the
fact that
attractiveness
played
of the
on a
area
Harbour
here.
piano, not a classical Steinway piano. First of all, thank you for reaching out, Interlude 11. I've noticed that it's more and more common that the opera houses use Yamaha pianos instead of the classic ones. But I guess the most important thing is that the music is right and gear comes in second place. This is Liz Peterson, and you're listening to the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait now.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
We're in traffic and I have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside. Local weather all day, every day.
Big financial hit to add that in, so I'm gonna have to compensate by bringing in some more industrial or commercial. We're gonna start with industrial. Really, that's just like that. This building still hasn't recovered. We're gonna get rid of it. Sorry, dude. I think we're gonna put a park in. Nice activity playground right there. All right, economy. Need to recover here.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is passed.
See what unemployment is at. Whoa, way too high. We need more places for people to work. All right, we're gonna let this play for a little bit. As I start to lose money because of all the services I've added in, but we've got enough new things zoned that it should turn itself the other way, and eventually this should turn into wealthier citizens being attracted to the city. Yes, so for this particular city, I'm trying to focus it on just agriculture. So anytime these pop up with demand, because right, they're high resource costs. The reason why they're coming up with high resource costs is because the way I have taxes set up is to tax the industries that I don't want here. So I'm heavy taxing these guys. That's why I'm not making any money, because they're not here. Okay, so I'm trying to drive them out with heavy taxes. Even chemicals I have high tax on, right? They still set up. You can see they require metal and coal. I don't produce any metal or coal here. And then it makes steel. Well, those are not things that those are things I can just import. So I'll import those things instead of trying to, make them. So yeah, I continue to bulldoze those as they pop up. There's a couple in here that are probably producing. And we'll leave those alone for now. Let's take a quick look at production. We got a surplus. Deficit right here is livestock at the moment, so this is livestock, I think, right? It's a livestock processing facility. What's this do? Oh, well, sure. We'll take oh, nobody liked that, huh? All right, well, sorry. Is this not the livestock facility? It is. It's 5 of 5. So that means we need another one. I may put another one right here. Oh, I wonder if I can just expand it. Is there room? Nah, not really. So I think I'll put another one in.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news
Like
bulletin.
right here.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high.
I mean, we
Traffic
could just do it
slowdowns
right.
and
Well,
damage to
no,
crops
that'll
and
cause
property are
backups.
expected.
So we'll do
Citizens
it
are advised to
here.
remain
Take
indoors
advantage of the
until
roundabout.
situation passes.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is passed.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
Alright, that should help us a little bit of money. And it did. Not only that, but also as the simulation's starting to settle out here, it'll help itself, right? How we doing here? Struggling. You're struggling for business, are you? I mean, you're in a really good area for it. I don't know why you would be struggling. Maybe you need a taxi. You may need a taxi. Spread a couple more throughout here. No, you don't belong here. So yeah, just like that. I just bulldozed an unwanted industry. And of course that cost me a little bit of money, but it'll balance out. Yeah, I very much like the bikes. I've, you know, they cause their own issues. You know, over here, I have all sorts of bike traffic going on, and I've done different things to attempt to manage it. But it's tough when everything is sort of set up like, you know, you have dual lanes or 2 lanes. Now I could get more intricate and do more 1-lane routes and things like that, but no, I like them. I think it's a fun addition to the game. It certainly reduces overall traffic, so it does pull people off the streets from their cars. But it is one more thing you have to manage. So you'll see here is where I'm attempting to do that, but that has its own challenges. Yeah, bike roundabouts, right? That's funny. I thought about some of the ways that you could, like you could do like bike only. So what you could do is you could build a road, right?
This just in from traffic. If you're
But
thinking about hitting the streets, you
it's
can expect
independent,
delays
so you
on
don't
the
connect
major
that
roads,
road.
especially during rush hour.
And you're gonna get constant warnings that you got a disconnected road, right? But anyways, and then you just connect it to like bike only paths. So like what I have here, like let's say I just replaced that big giant bridge with like a big giant road
I'd
that
rather wait an hour in traffic
the only
than
way you
be
could get to it was through a bike path.
Besides, if I did that,
So
I'd never get anywhere.
that was one thought I had on how you could kind of get around the there's no bike highways yet.
Somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until...
So I'm allowing the money loss to occur for a little while here
You already know about it. No use
before I start making too many big changes. I want to let my sim work its way through. I have a lot of expensive services, and as they get used, they cost money. But as they get used, they educate your sims more, they help your sims more, they increase your population. So eventually those things end up making you more money an hour, but you have to kind of get through the dip. And we're in the dip right now. I added a whole bunch of police, added all sorts of other services. So we're chilling for a little while until my money either oh, and I mowed down a bunch of industry. So either that industry needs to level back up, and that'll recover the money, or I may need to make other adjustments. But we're gonna wait for a little bit here and just kind of let the game play. It's one of the things I really like about this game is that sometimes it's like a fishbowl. So you just, or a fish tank, right? You make minor adjustments, you add some fish, then you have to wait. You can't add all the fish you want at the same time or they'll all die. So you slowly add them in, they integrate, and you wait and watch and see how things change. The unpredictability of this game at times is what makes it fun. If it was just, let's build a simulation and then simulate and then it just works and yay, it's fun, and that's, or not fun, but yay, there. I mean, for me, I don't enjoy that, and that's why I don't use mods and I don't play in the easy mode or whatever. Like I like the, I have customer issues. How do I solve that? What do I do? What do you mean just plopping an airport doesn't fix it? I like the idea that it's involved enough that you can dive in. Like even the money bouncing that I have going on right now, if I spent the time to really kind of look and see what was happening, I could probably graph it and track it, see exactly what's going on. I like that you don't have to. That you can, at a high level, observe, wait, see if the sim will just work itself out. And if it doesn't, then you can dive in and say, okay, what's my deficiency? What's going on? Now that said, I am going to throw the game a little save because of all the changes that I've made, and we're up 5,000 in population. So just do that real quick. I do save the game periodically locally like that. I find, so I do it for two reasons. One, because the game crashes sometimes. Happens. Not as much as it used to, but it happens. So I like to prevent that when I'm at a place where I'm like, oh, it's pretty significant. I do have autosave on. I think it's every half hour. But again, if I'm thinking about it and I'm looking at the city and I'm like, oh, I want to save this point in time in case I do crash, I can just come back and start here. That's what I'll do. The other thing is, for whatever reason, the game seems to perform better sometimes after a save. So, locally. So, I save locally, it goes to the cloud then as well. But there's something, I don't know what it is. For whatever reason. Maybe it's a placebo. So yeah, this money situation may take a little while to recover because I knocked down large, well-developed buildings, and now we're replacing them with underdeveloped buildings, which take months, maybe even a year to recover. So sometimes you can push it faster if like I were to say lay down a whole bunch of residential, right? Just kind of lay it down and like bring in sims. Like absolutely that will help, right? I am going to check on my unemployment a little bit because that's the one area that it starts to get too high. See, we're at 26% right now, and we got to do something about it. So let's look and see what we got going on. Okay, they've got good job accessibility. These guys do not. Let's see here. So, okay. Let's knock down that building. Bring in a few more. And see what we can do to encourage some office space over here. So let's go low density. Let's build. No, maybe. Put a telecom tower in here. Or even a server farm. Yeah, we'll bring that in later. We'll bring the Great Tower of Commerce in. Right there. So we've got like both ends of the city covered with large commerce on either end. I tried to kind of do an inner outer city, right? So like my inner city's kind of smaller homes, and my outer city, the edges, is where I've kind of started to build population centers. So just for a different look and feel. Hey, Natasha, how are you? We are actively trying to balance out my economy from knocking down some industry. So I've knocked down some buildings. I've brought some buildings in. So we've got all these new buildings back here. And I think I'm going to have to bring in more people. So all right, so let's watch the economy, see where we land. Brought in a little Ferris wheel here. Yes, this is episode 5, I think. I numbered them off. This is Cindy Springs. And, yeah, I think I've stuck with the same city. So this is the fifth episode for this one. This was where you may have been more familiar. I think you asked me about the double roundabout the last time, remember? This one. It's grown a bit. Yeah, pretty large right now. Population now at what, 87,000? So not that large. Still not gargantuan, right? But getting there. This is a thriving metropolis at the moment. So those customer issues you see in the distance, I'm hoping in the next hour or two of gameplay will begin to subside. I've done a lot of things to increase the overall attractiveness of the city, along with the attractiveness of even of the airport. The airport is connected. They're all connected with regional connections. So we're gonna wait and see if those just work their way through, and then when they don't, then I can make adjustments. But right now, I'm in a waiting mode. Just had a moment there where my economy dipped, and now we're back. So just kind of add a note in my stream real quick. You can see in the stream where I dropped down. I was in negative numbers, and now we're back making 28,000, 33,000 an hour. So I need this to balance out and stay at least here or above for a period of time. So it's June 2031. Let's see if this can stay like this for a couple of months.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Glad you're enjoying the city and the streams. Like I said, it's fun for me to do this, and I appreciate all the nice words people have to say, and folks interacting with my content, and a couple folks have been sharing my content. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you very much. It's brought a lot of new people here, so thanks for making my little corner of the internet more fun. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. I'll probably be here later in the day anyway. This is going to be a long stream. On vacation, so I'm just gonna let cities run. I'll probably step away from the keyboard a little bit here and do some stuff and come back, but
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Hi there, this is Liz Peterson on the Atmospheric Piano channel, playing music that has a meaning.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside. Local weather, all day, every day.
Alright, so that's a month of gameplay time. So for a month, we've been able to keep the income now positive. That's excellent. Here's one place we've got a police issue. Let's see what's going on. We got plenty of coverage, so it's just a matter of time for that solved. Okay, good. Okay, so I feel comfortable. Yeah, here's another one, but that's fine. Cops are going to be able to cover that. I feel comfortable, I think, trying to add this in now. Yeah, this is the connection. So we bring this in here. I could probably even bring people into the city here with this connection. Could go right here with a train station. So let's back this in. Train station. I want something big. Isn't there the modern one with the... Can be upgraded with like a subway? Let's buy the subway. I know some folks have been asking for it in my last couple streams. So it's been kind of a chill day, which has been nice. Okay, so that's a big building, huh? Is that going to go out here? And then connect it with, connect it to the tram? It's a good sized building. It's going to take in 4 trains, huh? I mean, it almost belongs here. That's what this is, isn't it? That's a rail yard. And then a small train station outside of it.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Radar readings indicate a tornado is approaching the city and will be visible soon. Citizens should seek immediate cover.
I think I need to flip these. I think I'm going to take the rail yard and move it here. And I'm going to put the central train station in place of it there. And then I'm going to take the small train station and move it like here. I can then bring the train from here around to here before I do any additional purchasing. I think that makes the most sense. So I just need a road to plop this on. We'll pull a medium road to here. Oh, what if we tunnel? Oh. What if we tunnel? What? Here. Like right there. I may have to redesign the highway, but that's okay. So we come to here, and then we're going to come up. Yep. So here, we're going to redesign the highway. So let's slow this in. Okay, and then we're going to go from here. It's a medium road. Oh no, we didn't drop all the way under though. So I need this now to change a little bit too. Now the whole road doesn't have to be deleted. Just maybe a part of it. Ah, we didn't get it though, huh? That's alright, we can build up, but I was hoping I could dive and not just cut through the earth like this. Let's try this again. So we're here. We're here. And then we're going to try to go down. Okay, that's not bad. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, we're at 150 feet to do that. Then we're going to come along here to about there. And then slowly come back up to there. Now I can delete this. That. Reconnect this.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been
There
a
we go.
public service announcement. Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider
Nice.
installing a low flush toilet, cut back on
So
water
from
in the
here,
lawn, and shower
our
your
highway.
food whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement.
Hi there, this is Liz Peterson on the Atmospheric Piano Channel. Play music that has a meaning.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this
Okay,
boat,
so
Glenna. This just in from traffic.
we now have
If
a
you're
way
thinking about
for
hitting
folks
the
to
streets, you
connect
can
to both
expect
sides of the city without even
delays on
touching the
major
freeway
roads,
or getting near a
especially
freeway,
during
which is
rush hour.
good.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone's in a
And
hurry to get somewhere
we're prepped to
fast.
move this.
It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
So now I can move that to
I don't
here.
know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did
Draw
that, I'd never
our
get anywhere.
connection.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside. Local weather all day, every day.
Okay, get them reconnected to the line. Oops. Okay, so now I can get that central train station in here. Boom. Huh. Subway, office. Nice. Okay. So now that that's here, let's get these connected. So we're gonna have one. I see 3 lines. None are single. So we get rid of the single. Okay. Let's put in some double tracks. Yeah, we'll put a medium train station here. Right along the road that's yet to come. Okay. bike paths. So where is it going to go in proximity to these bike paths? Maybe like that. Ugh, ugly. No. What the? No. Alright. Let's try that again. So really we just need to have the train station up here. People can walk to it. The mountain train station. Okay. So here is where that train station is going to go. It's a medium, right? Yeah. Maybe I'll stylize it. No, it's going to be small to medium. Nah, we're going to stick with the medium for now. 2 routes. Really simple. Okay, we're connected there. Now I can throw in pedestrian path to start with, followed by a bike path. So we're gonna get pedestrian path going. Coming off of, where's my main pedestrian path? Okay, so I got this one. I've got one over here. I do. This one right here. Can we just come straight this way? Yes, we can. That's awesome. Can't go 90. We can get darn close. That's 0, or is it just 90 feet in the air? Oh, nah, that's just 90 feet in the air. I need to start at 0. So I need you to start here at 0. And then come up just like that, coming over the bike path. At this point, we're just going to get a straight because, in my word, how cool do we want to make it? We can do that. Now we're going to do this. This is sort of the theme. Okay, so we got these. Try curved. Then uncovered to the ground. can't. They'll have to go over the tracks, but they should be fine. Actually, they don't. I can just go here.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Oh, that's
This
garbage.
has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Much better.
I think
Okay.
we have time to squeeze in
So,
one more quick question.
accessible.
And that's it for tonight, listeners. Okay, let's see. Laura White,
From
but she
here.
never really understood what counterpoint means. Glad you asked, Laura. It's
Okay.
quite easy.
So folks
In the
can't walk
language
there,
of
they can
music
get to it.
theory, Counterpoint is a composition technique in which two or more melodies
Now you
lines
need a route.
complement one another, but act independently.
So we're gonna do a passenger route. We're gonna start here.
And we're getting reports about a traffic accident
Swing by here.
somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to
It's
normal.
gonna take
But if you're
is
planning a
it,
quick
can I
trip
go
out,
here?
you
No,
might
there's
want
no
to wait
pedestrian
a while
access.
until
So I need a
everything
train
clears up.
If
station.
you're in it, you
Like,
already know about it. No use
up in
reminding
here.
you. Meanwhile,
Then people can
expect
walk.
delays and drive safe. This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets,
let's
you
do
can
that.
expect
Let's add in a
delays
small
on the
train
major
station
roads,
over here.
especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an
right
hour in
there.
traffic than to have to start thinking
I get a
about it
medium
all
one
the
in?
time. Besides,
Sure
if I
can.
did that, I'd never get anywhere.
I like that.
We're expecting
we're gonna put medium
unseasonably
in.
high
It's not get
temperatures
greedy.
across the region today. It's quite a heat wave out there. Moms, make sure the kids don't stay out in the sun too long. Don't forget the sunscreen, folks, and remember to stay hydrated.
Okay.
a hot one.
Now
Sure,
you
I'm glad the station has AC.
can attach. Okay, like this. And you can attach here. Okay. So now we can get our route going. From here. I want to go this one. And then here.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near
Here.
the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Okay, so it's going to do a little bit of a turnaround, which is going to be fine. At least until I connect it to the other city over here. But let's see how that route runs a little bit. That's a lot of changing to my trains. I need to make sure that my garbage collection is still correct. Is my zoning right for this? It is. Good. So we're going to let this play a little bit here. Let the changes run through. Trains are enabled. Oh, did I get rid of that little station? I need to if I haven't. No, I need to. Where is this one going? That's a route that needs to go away. No, you're gone. Sorry, boys. Okay, and then you're getting moved. Over to here. So I'm going to bring that train this way. And it's going to go right to here. So that track's going to start here. It's right there. Oops.
this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe. Citizens are advised to vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
Look at that, 90,000 people. Well, gonna give that a save. That's just excellent. Okay, not bad. I can deal with bikes being the problem.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Whether you're into the classics or the more contemporary stuff, this is your channel. I'm Liz Peterson, and you're listening to the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident. somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
We're looking at clear and sunny skies across the region today. Don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air later today. This is local weather with you all day, every day, rain or shine.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
Oh, would you look at that? My whole death situation here cleared itself up finally. Wasn't that nice? I like this view. It's completely different than the other parts of my city. Coming along. Oh, that's surprising. What do we got? Traffic issues? Yep. Band big cars from Sydney Garden. See if I get the big trucks out of this district and see if that helps. It's not terrible. A little off.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Thank you for joining us here today at the Atmospheric Piano Channel. I'm Liz Peterson, and I'm your host.
Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight, as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises to be quite a sight. Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
A chilly day with temperatures.
Yeah,
below
that's how that
0
path's gonna be
Don't
for now.
forget your jacket.
Not my favorite, but it'll work.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes. This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
I can show you what's going on a little bit in the rest of the city. It's our industrial district. Large fish processing, or a fish farm. Frank's Fish Stick Factory. Here's the airport. And cargo line.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to
You can
crops
see
and
that
property are expected.
we've even got a complete
Citizens are
port
advised
set
to
up.
remain indoors until the situation passes.
All wind power. It's funny as I still have customer issues. I've been trying to resolve these the entire stream. So we definitely got more people coming in on the train. But this one's almost a waste.
This is an emergency broadcast. To
So
all
is this one.
citizens.
I should
A
just
heavy
stick with
storm is
tramline
approaching
1.
the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors
Hey, the
until
Frankfurt Mansard
situation
building.
passes.
Nice. These are well used. No subway lines yet. Air 3 is not. I'm getting rid of Air 3. It's not being well used. All right, let's put in a new flight path. We're gonna start here. All right, let's see how that one does. See if that'll add a little bit more. I just don't have enough customers to populate all this stuff yet. Seems to be what the issue is. But this might be an issue with how attractive that part of the city is. I think I can move more industry out of this area now. I could stick that here if I just deleted those, right? Maybe put this here. See, this is just not an attractive part of the city. That's why nobody's coming here. Even though this is bringing attraction to television production studio, it's just not attractive enough. This is not attractive, I guess. But it's super useful where it is. So eventually maybe these get rezoned to office. I think that's going to be my solution for some of this in here. I've done what I can to try to increase the attractiveness of the area. Gonna have to go with a different districting type.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
I hope you're having a great time. This is Liz Peterson on the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Interesting news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're selling it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this.
A chilly day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
So, all this growth means I lost power. Just had to go ahead and take care of that. I'm going to crack the nut on bike traffic.
A driving
I think I need more one-way roads.
The immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Thank you
See how
for
that helps.
joining us here today at the Atmospheric Piano Channel. I'm Liz Peterson, and I'm your host.
Out and about with our mobile unit, Kim is bringing us a live report. Kim, can you hear me?
The weather is really, really bad out here. I still don't see why I'm standing outside.
So how much accumulation per hour would you...
How am I supposed to know that?
Well, can you estimate?
I'm coming back in.
Right. Thanks for that real-time on-site update. We'll be following up with Kim when she's dried off and back in the studio. This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
A chilly day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
Well, that helped a little bit. Well, that didn't help. Ah, what happened here? Are we taxed? Pretty taxed. What about you? think my population might be peaking a little bit. That's good. I'm hopeful that means my section of town over here is starting to, my Chinatown section is starting to build. Alright, let's see where my education's at right now. Yep, not quite where I need it to be. Okay, they don't need any more though, they're good. What about over here? Yeah, let's put an urban elementary school right here. So this is beginning to subside a little bit. The customer issue I have here. My larger hotels are attracting people.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
And I am dragging my feet on
for the immediate area due to poor road
real estate a
conditions.
little bit.
Please exercise caution
It's
if you must
intentional.
drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Hey, welcome back.
You're listening to the atmospheric piano channel. Anomalies Peterson. Don't touch that tile.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores.
Gonna
bringing
throw
the latest
some
in
medium
luxury to our
CN over
neighborhood.
here.
You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or
Along
as
with
my
some
wife
low-rent
tells me,
CN.
That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially
And we're gonna
during
put my
rush hour.
gates in.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
A chilly day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
Just about to break 100,000 here, so it's a nice, nice gain for about 5 hours of gameplay, right? What did I say I started at today? Like 70,000. So nice gradual population increase. Had slight money issues at one point, but was able to get those back under control. And we're gonna let this play through a little bit. Still waiting for my my airlines to fully really start bringing in more people, but it's certainly better than it was. Oh wow, wow, that's a big drop down to 37. Yeah, nothing in particular. What's going on here? Wow. All right. Well, that marks things at 100,000. Little up, little down, right? Either way, we're on the way up over 100,000, so we're gonna give it a save right there. As our little city here, the thriving metropolis of Cindy Springs, enters into triple digits in population. Oh, look at that. We're now a flourishing metropolis. Gives us a lot of options for development. There we go. Oh, too big. I can't get the silver dragon in there either. It's all right. We'll get him down eventually.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive.
Okay,
and
so
try
those
to
are big
stay off the
drops.
streets until conditions improve.
We're gonna
This has been a local
wait
public
for that
service
to all take effect.
Thank you for joining us here today at the Atmospheric Piano Channel. I'm Liz Peterson, and I'm your host.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
We're looking at clear and sunny skies across the region today. Don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air later today. This is local weather with you all day, every day, rain or shine.
Yeah, that works nicely. Alright, let's just make this nice and upgraded. I'm not going to put a storage extension in yet. Not until I get to the 500,000 mail. That's fine. Fixed. Hey, that should help our business a little bit at least. Oh, let's let the post office processing facility do its thing. See how that improves things. Okay, time to do some upgrading. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make this enormous purchase. I'm going to purchase all of this. Okay, now that I own all this, I can connect this railway. I'm going to do that. See what type of bridge I'm going to use. Maybe that. Kind of like that. fun. We need a double. Okay, I like that. And then let's also add in connection. Okay, connect it there. Okay, so this to start with is going to have to come down this way. Because eventually you're going to come down here and drop people off here. But for the interim, I'm going to be here. There we go. Yep, next bridge is going to have to go across here. Or come underneath here. I think I'm going to come underneath here. Oh yeah, that makes way more sense. Just like that. All right. Well, let's get a line into the city. Yeah, we're going to originate from here. What's that city called? Cheltenham. Okay, I'm going to start at Cheltenham. All right. So that's a whole new inner city connection. I mean, we can lower the fare a little bit there. In fact, I'm going to do this. Dropping the price on inner city transit. College Line, for example, is now free. More buses assigned.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Okay, so I've got quite a bit of changes I went through, especially the reduction to tram fare. So let's see how this plays out. People happy with it right now. They hate their small homes and unemployment. Well, me too, but we don't have a lot of commercial demand, and we got to be careful on the industry expand. So we're gonna wait. Oof. So we lose money though.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement.
Thank you for joining us here today at the Atmospheric Piano Channel. I'm Liz Peterson, and I'm your host.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
A chilly day.
I'm gonna put a
Temperatures
small
little low, so if
train
you're
station in
heading out,
here.
don't forget your jacket.
Just a little one. Because there's only one line that's gonna come through here. So no need to get crazy. Maybe I'll put a bigger one in. An actual train station so that I get both the taxi stop and then the potential later on subway station, which will eventually go in. Okay, and we'll put it like right here. Nah, we're not going to interrupt our streeting. We're going to go here. Maybe here. Here. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm going to bring in the lines. Well, hi there. How are you doing? I'm just out here working on my railway system a little bit. I'm going to add an additional route down here. May need to bring in more trains, so what I think I'll do to start is I think I'm gonna switch. I've got this multi-city route that I'm using. I think I may just switch it. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good day. Just playing City Skyline. Working my city up. We've making about 51 an hour. Population just got over 100,000, and currently what I'm trying to do is bring more tourists into the city. So you can see I've got a little bit of tourist demand, especially at my hotels. So I've got various ways to bring folks into the city. I've got a railway, got a regional bus line, multiple airline routes. But unfortunately, the attractiveness of this part of the city is still fairly low. So, and I just don't have like enough tourists into the city for like it not to not matter. So, connecting a few more lines, and then eventually here we're just gonna have to bite the bullet and probably rezone these as office or something. But for now, that's what I'm doing. I'm also this is a city, just an agricultural city, so this here is, you know, like stone and concrete, so we're getting rid of them. So any of these guys that are demanding resources because we're out of resources, well, we're just getting rid of them because they're not meant to be permanent industry here. Permanent industry here is agriculture or something to do with fishing. So anyways, but we're gonna make this route. We're gonna start it here. Stop on off at this station. Then here. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear you gave up. What did you have a hard time with? I think I can go here now because I put this into play. Yep, perfect. That's gonna tax. I'm gonna have to look at my train lines and reduce trains, I think. Yeah, train line 0. So I'm gonna have to add a rail yard. I just don't have enough trains for what I want to do.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is
I'm
expected.
gonna do
We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm
big
has
one.
passed.
started the game. You're a noob, so you're lost in what you were doing. Well, that's understandable. I mean, it's a new game for you, right? Go slow is my my recommendation with this game. That would be my overall suggestion would be go slow. Because the faster you go, the harder this game is to control, and the bigger your populations, the more you have to manage. Early on, you can get away with not even providing everything that your Sims need. Different regions will kind of often step in and take over things that you missed. So you can get away with in that early game with not necessarily doing everything that your Sims say that they want. Later in the game, you have to be able to do things that your Sims don't even tell you that they want. So, and the faster you progress yourself to the later part of this game, so what I mean later is the larger you make your city, the more you're going to have to deal with. If you think of it like a real life city, right? Like a small town, not a lot of regional responsibility, right? But you get into a bigger city, they've got responsibility beyond just a region. Now, this is not what I want. I like to try to respect the contours of the map, so I'm not going to put a rail yard there. I was hoping I'd be able to, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So we're going to find a different spot on the map for my second rail yard. I don't really want to use this area. I could probably use this, but I was hoping to build up in this area too. So maybe we'll just stick it way out here, and I'll put a... Yeah, that might work. Can move it later. I think for now that's what I'm going to do. So I think that rail yard is going to come out here. Yeah, you were watching a tutorial, mastering up your confidence. You had a clear idea. But then you didn't get further than grinding the roads. Then gridding the roads. Oh, you didn't try to build anything? Like, I would build really, really small to start. Like, I would even, like, look at it. I like to, when I play, I like to go, well, how small can I go? Like, how small will the game let me? And try to get a place where my economy is breaking even. At the lower levels. And I did that. In fact, if you watch my first stream of this, I break even on the economy before I start really diving into expansion. Okay, I think this is gonna go here. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna get rid of these power lines. We're gonna slow the sim a little bit. So I'm gonna take some drastic action. We're gonna mow down these power lines, and we're gonna bury them. Oh, we can only bury them to a point, though. Maybe. We may be able to go pretty deep under this. We'll see. We're going to try to go. We're going to spend a good amount of money on it because I like to bury power lines. Okay, so we go 30 feet under the start. And we're going to see how far that gets us. Can we make it all the way? Yes, 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 we can. Okay. So, no more power line. Now look at all this nice area I have to add in my rail yard. That's going to go like that. And then I'm going to build a small road. We want to be able to go under this if we can. Do a little connector right here too. Make sure I put my little. I've been building these. I've been putting these up. There we go. Little Chinese gates into the Chinese parts of the city. Yeah, this game's not easy. One of the harder things about this game is that there's a lot of like unpredictable behavior by design. So the designers of the game have tried to create something that's a simulation, right? And to that, they have tried to create something that doesn't always behave exactly as you would expect it to. What's going on with water? Oh, it's because I didn't have something connected. And because of that, that can make it frustrating for new players.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets
So,
until conditions improve.
I would encourage you to start small and just go with it, right? Like it's gonna. Your first couple cities may be a little, may not be the prettiest thing in the world, but go for function. You know that if they're functional, then you can always worry later about making something look better.
Whether you're into the classics.
And then I would focus on just like certain things, right? So like every city to start just needs really basic things. Like every city needs a place for people to live, right? So like you have to zone residential, and that's how you bring people into the city. And then all those people you bring in the city, they need jobs. And they're either going to work in industry or commercial.
and stores,
well,
bringing the latest in luxury to our
industry
neighborhood.
tends to
You
get
can
fed
now shop for designer shoes
by
without setting up fancy local
commercial
shopping
tends to get
box
fed by
chains.
industry.
Or so
So
my wife tells me. That's good for business.
you
and
have to start with
good to
industry,
be
right?
healthy.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
That there is almost enough just to get started. Like you can build really small, just like that. Bring those guys in, and then quickly you're gonna find out, oh, I need electricity. Okay, well, can you do wind power? Because like wind power is cheap. If you can't, then you go coal. It just is what it is. So there's your electricity. Then you need water. You're either gonna put a pump by a river and get water, or you're gonna draw water out of the ground. One of the two. Or you're gonna do like one of those water towers. And then finally, you need a place to dump your water, right? Your sewage. So you need to set up a sewage line. Again, once you do all that, like that's enough to sort of get the simulation rolling, and then to allow you an opportunity to sort of like watch what's happening and figure out what's going on. Maybe not figure out everything that's going on, but at least give you enough time to observe, right? Like enough's going to go on that you're going to be able to figure out a little bit. Like you'll be able to watch cars and what they do, and like see the difference between cars and trucks, and see how people even move around and stuff, and think about how that's going to expand and what you want your city to look like, and you'll have enough money that, and again, take it in like slow mode, right? Like keep your game speed like slow, and then like slowly play into it and try it that way. See if that makes it a little bit easier for you. I know it makes it easier for me. I get ahead of myself when I try to do too much. So next thing I know, I've created like 7 problems. They're my Frankensteins. I'm gonna see if I can do this. It'll work. I think so. Good. And that's long enough. Okay. Okay, there's a maintenance hall. One more line. This is like the full expansion for my rail line. I hopefully won't need to do this again. We're gonna leave that alone, just like that. All right, so I brought trains in. The other thing I wanted to do in this area was begin to slowly build up my my high density CE or CN. So here's high density. I'm gonna go right there. Along with some meat. No, we'll do the high here also. I'm holding my breath with this because did I expand the district? Oh, almost didn't expand the district. That would have been tragic. Oh, it's easy to become focused on design over function. And if that's what you really want to do, then honestly, even though I'm a person who likes to play with mods, you should consider some of the mods of the game, because folks have done a lot for that gameplay style, right? I think I keep reading that Anarchy is a really good mod for and Traffic. So Anarchy and Traffic are two mods that help you not have to deal with the design of the game, right? So one of the design of the game is contours. And if you don't want to deal with the contours of the game, then you can get mods to get around that. I think that's what Anarchy does. The other is when you're laying roads, the road module is very basic as far as what you can do with small medium. You can't really do turning lanes and stuff unless you use certain techniques to do that. If you use that traffic mod, you can change that as well. Just a couple examples, and then I think there's one final one is something called Platter, which allows you to better understand how things plop. So if you're not really familiar with this style of game and you're struggling just to even get your city set up, and you're really looking more for how it looks and how it feels, then you may consider that, right? You know, check those mods out. That may at least, you know, help you, and then you don't have to play with them always if you don't want. Or maybe you'll really enjoy them, and then you will. But that's what I'd recommend if you're struggling with the game. There are definitely ways to enhance your experience without needing to put it in hard mode. What I'm doing right now is what I think a lot of people would consider hard mode. You know, there's no mods. I'm playing with all the disasters on. Playing with you know, money and an economy and everything. So this is where you maybe get to after you feel better about how you like to design the game. And then the other thing is, like, the mods may teach you, like, oh, this is what the mod lets you do, and then you try to do it here and you can't, but then eventually you figure out how you can. Roads are a great example. There's ways that you can upgrade intersections in a style to make them super nodes, so that even though you have a small road, you can have a medium intersection, and then that obviously handles traffic better. Those are the types of things that the mods can help you with. By the way, thank you and everybody else who's come by and hung out today. I'm Radic, and you have found my corner of the internet. So I've gained a number of new subscribers lately, and a bunch of people are liking and sharing my content, so I appreciate it if that's how you found your way here, or if you just stumbled upon my stream, that's cool too. So appreciate it. Glad to share advice about the game. Fair warning, I'm no expert player. Got just under 500 hours of game time in, and you know, a real expert player is probably going to have between 1,500 and 2,000 hours. You know, somebody who's really put in a lot more time maybe understands the whole simulation better than I do. But I'm glad to share what I know. So part of what I'm doing right now is I'm going to just let the sim run for a little bit. Whenever I introduce any change into the sim, so whether I rezone something, bring more people in, change transportation, change lines, whatever, I'll pick a point and then I'm going to pause and just let the sim run, because the sims themselves are going to make decisions and they're going to do things, and I want them to react through everything that I've done before I start, messing with things. And if you look at the way time is really passing, like, it's slower than you realize even when you're at full speed. So if you think about it in the context of your sims have daily activities, which means they're going to do multiple things throughout that 24-hour period, and that represents like a week over the course of a month, well then you got to wait so that they can kind of go through something maybe 4 or 5 times, right? So like I wait out the month to see what happens often before I start reacting to anything that goes on. And the longer or the older the game, the bigger the city, the more you have to wait. So gonna wait here a little bit. So gonna pick a nice part of the city to sort of focus on, and we're gonna watch that for a little while here. And sort of just enjoy the sim. I kind of like this look.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
What's the best way to get into the weekend vibe? Oh, that's an easy one. Stay with us here on the Atmospheric Piano Channel and you'll find out.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside. Local weather all day, every day.
interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens. A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
Hey, thanks for coming by and hanging out. You've found my little corner of the internet. This is Radek, playing a little city skyline. If you're enjoying my content, very much appreciate those of you who've liked my videos, and welcome to all my new subscribers. Thank you also for all of you that have been sharing my content as well. As you know, I don't really do much to put my content out there. So anyways, you're watching me play an agricultural focused city. All my cities are named after my wife. This one here is a focus on agriculture, so I've worked to move as much steel or mineral or plastics or whatever industry out, and really just focus on grain, vegetables. I've got a fish, got a little bit of livestock because there's synergy with livestock and vegetables, and I may have one cotton farm, but otherwise that's it. So I've tried to do my best to keep the oil out. You'll see that this is a fully wind-powered city. So 109,000, almost 110,000, completely powered by wind. No, not even any. I mean, there's solar panels on the windmills, but I haven't added in any solar farms or anything like that. So the way it's looking, from what I see on the map, I think I'm gonna be able to go wind all the way. I mean, I would project at the end of the day that this city probably land in the 400 to 500,000 range, maybe bigger. I mean, it depends on if I get to go to a certain part of the map that I haven't really kind of expanded to yet. We'll see. I tend to build these to megalopolises and then start over. A small housing project in the area between Cindy Beach Farm and Cindy Highway. So you got to be careful about putting housing anywhere near industry, because it's noisy and people don't like noise. So the way I have it set now is I'm intentionally keeping housing on this side of the city, and I'm keeping it away from here. So that this is intentionally does not have any housing, and I won't put housing over down here. This housing is sort of covered by this, if you will. Yeah, even low rentals. I have low rentals over here. That's what these are in this part of the city. So we do low rentals over here. Even the poor don't like to live next to a lot of noise, so we try to be good to all of them. So if I plan this a little bit differently, I would probably move my low rentals here, and I probably lean more towards my city center would be a higher density. But again, I designed it this way intentionally, so it's set specifically to, I didn't want a dense beginning part of the map. I wanted this part of the map to always be sort of like this, and then I would expand and establish new city centers in different parts of the map, and that's what I've done here, right? We're looking at where my high density population is. It's absolutely worth having specialized industry. In fact, if you're going to play in normal mode, it's more or less required. You and I put a little asterisk required, okay? You can get away with not having any specialized, but then recognize you're going to be importing all your production, okay? So if you look at your production, you know, here's a good example. If you look at this one compared to, say, I mean, oil I don't have a lot of, right? But see, oil I don't import any. So oil, I need 189 tons of oil, which is then used by my industry to produce petrochemicals. Okay? I have a surplus in this space, so I'm not paying the same import costs here that you're going to pay, say, here. Right? And so if you don't have any specialized industry, you're going to pay all of your raw material costs. So this red is always going to be high, and then that is a cost that it taxes your city. So again, not to say you can't. You can import things, you can, but it's tougher, and the way they kind of redesign the economy, like you pretty much have to use specialized industry. Maybe adding non-specialized farming. Well, all farming is specialized, so we have to pick one. On the high-rise path, back of the farm, back of the highway access. So I think you're thinking about here. What the challenge is here is that, and I don't know that we're going to add anything. Is that okay? Let's say we add a specialized industry here. Now I need a road to connect to this, because they're going to produce something and then it needs to go someplace.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news.
Well, if we need a road to connect, we're going to need to adjust. If I adjust this farm smaller at all, I'm going to lose part of the level 5. So I don't really want to do that, right? So could we squeeze another farm in here? Yes. Will we eventually? Maybe. But for now, I kind of like some of the green space. I think it kind of gives it a kind of a neat look, right? Especially like when you look at the city like from this angle here. Like I really like this particular like view of the city, like right over the bridge like this. I think it plays well against the contours of the land. That mountain in the distance, it looks pretty cool, right? Is there room for a tree farm in this city? So, trees, right, are these. They're their own resources. And right here is where we could put down a logging specialized industry. And then maybe what we do from there is we could turn this area here in Cindyside Junction. We could turn this area here into a... So we do it like this, you know, watch. I'll explain it as I walk through it. So first off, I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, so that we're just covering the residential part. Then we're going to create a new district that's going to just be on this part of it. Okay, that's a new, appropriate. So, some Briarwood Acres right here will be where we build the industry that will support it. but then other people will take that road, right? So this is the Sydney Beach Highway, right? So if I do any roads through here, right? Now I'm creating an access point. So I'd have to mess with this that's already here, which I don't want to mess with that. I lose this, and then I'm going to lose a little bit of attractiveness to the city. So I hear what you're saying, but nah, I don't think we're going to do that. Although we will look into adding here a logging option. I do like that. I'm not sure how dense this is for tree growth. We're going to take a look right now. That's pretty decent. You want Cindy apple tree farms for the new area? We can do that. Okay. And we'll stretch it across. Let's see here. Okay, so I need to modulate Cindy Park down here. And then Apple Tree Farms can go across. But only here. We're going to need a barrier, though, in between the industry. So we'll have to give me a minute here. We're going to have to see if this will work itself out or not. So I have to be cautious as we add industry on this side of the city. The one thing we got to be careful of is we don't want big trucks now trucking through my residential section, because now I've created a resource here, right? And then they're going to truck across. Yeah, I have thought of planting a forest there. That's a good idea. That may happen. We may plant a few trees along here. That may happen. We'll do hickories kind of randomly in the area. They have to grow, so. Well, that's a good point. It might. That's a really good point. Well, we're going to add it in here too. We're walking above it. We're gonna keep the walking path above for now. So remember, if you put a walking path in, right? The Sims will need to go to some place for them to use it. So maybe eventually. Anyways, let's get back over here a little bit. I want to see what's going on here. And consider adding in. So if I add in logging here. Yeah, I'm still torn. We're gonna add more residential to start here. So my biggest problem with adding any sort of industry in this area is that there are people in this area, and if you don't give good separation between people and industry, it creates massive problems. Anywhere from trucks in your district with noise to can I go under that? Maybe. To pollution. I would much rather put offices in here. So I would much rather try to attract offices, and then we can build offices back in this area. So I'm going to hold off on the logging for now. I'm going to put a pin in that one. Not saying no, just not right now. Oh, these are cool. There's some newer buildings that are developing up top now. The Emerald Towers.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe.
So
Citizens are advised to
I've never
vacate
watched
any
this long enough to
premises
know
near
if
fires
there would be
and
actually
remain at a
people up
safe
there or not.
distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
There's the frame. All right, so we're continuing to bring more people in. That's good. We haven't entirely solved this issue, but it's certainly better than it was.
Please exercise caution if you must
So we're down to just this, right? Look at that.
This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate
So the
area
more
of
time
road conditions.
that's gone on,
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets.
and who
until
knows,
conditions
maybe
improve.
adding in those
This
trees
has been a local public service announcement.
helped attract just the right number of people in order to occupy those hotels.
This is the atmospheric piano channel.
We do need a walking path through the trees. I'm going to let them grow first,
Interrupt this program to
and then we're going to decide how we want that walking path to go. I think I may even do the walking path so that
citizens should seek
it crosses over. There's a huge population here, right? So I'd love that path to come down like this. So now I think it through.
Road maintenance services have already been discussed.
I want it to
and
go
traffic
like
flow
this.
should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it,
Okay, I want a little curve,
you know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile,
and then I want more curve.
this just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone.
Okay, we're gonna meander.
Fast. It's worth slowing down, and if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about it. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Looking like a wet one today. I'm gonna keep dry and stay inside.
Come up here.
Weather all day, every day.
What's that, a rock? Almost. I just don't want that like that, but man, that's close. Oh, that might be it. Yeah, I don't want to interact with the bike path. It's got enough traffic issues. And that's too far. I hate to lose those homes, but that's not half bad. That's not half bad. We're gonna give up one for the team. Yeah, that's the way it's gonna be. No, I need the I need that farm. You're talking about this farm. I need that. That's a primary source of my my city's income. Yeah, we don't want to mess with that, but we do want to do this. So let's see how this rolls. I like how this is set. I'm even gonna bring. I think I'm gonna connect across. That might be it. Okay, I see where the interaction is. I think I'm just going to come underneath. So we go to there. All right, so we've got your walking path through the forest in. enough that we should really see some use. Oh, look, you already got someone using it. There's no bikes that go to the airport, and they're banned from there. I've banned bikes from most of the urban part of the city. Eventually, maybe we get a deeper bike path that goes from this part of the city, pulling over to here. So I don't have a bike path over here yet. This is probably the next place I need to upgrade bikes. This is eventually we'll do that. So they use my bike paths pretty well, I think. Which bike path? They're pretty. These are pretty well used if you take a look here. There you go. There's a bike path view for you. These organically grew. It was just one bike path to start, and then as I had traffic issues, I inserted like single direction lanes to try to alleviate traffic. So I'm very cautious about adding more bikes. They can be problematic if not done carefully. We'll look at it in a little bit. You're probably right. I'm enjoying this one here. It took me a long time to get this to where it wasn't just a primary source of traffic issues. $120 an hour now. So 8 in the morning, and this is what traffic is like here. Not bad. Not bad at all. I am happy with that. Yeah, again, school, I mean, we're pretty well occupied. This is the bike path here. This is the school one that runs through the forest back here. Pretty cool. Fairly well used. Ah, lots of congestion. Where are they going?
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous to breathe.
Let's
Citizens are advised to
see.
vacate any premises near the fires and remain at a safe distance.
We're gonna give
until
these folks a
emergency
place to
services
park
manage
their
to get the
bikes.
fires under control.
This is my tram. Oh, that's right, I can't get that in. Because of the contours. This is the one place I don't have a bike path. That's alright. They can still ride their bikes there, they just don't get their own special bike lane. Alright, let's take a look at that airport again. Yeah, no bike paths out here. Can't think we're gonna go high density roads in here. And it's on the tracks. We're gonna do them with CN style, low rent. So here's your low rent district.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a...
No, I'd have to cross the tram track. And I don't want the bikes crossing the tram track. Because if for some reason they all start to use it, now I've got a problem. They'll block the tram. I don't want that. Yeah, no, and I want people riding around. That's kind of the way I want them to go.
That's an easy one.
I don't want them just stopping here. So we'll see if these get occupied. They're getting used a little bit. We'll see what happens. I'll probably end up moving them, but I don't want to put anything across this path here. I don't want bikes crossing this path. They'll cause a problem. And you can see from the contours that it's on a hill. So you know, an easy bridge is not easy. So these will probably get moved. Just to different spots where there's already bike access. Like on the bike line. Yeah, like down here.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
We're
See, these guys here are getting off.
unseasonably high temperatures across the region today.
Maybe what we can do
Quite a heat
is,
wave out there. Moms, make sure the kids don't stay out
this may
too
help with,
long. Don't
because my
forget
goal
to
is to
stay
fix
focused.
bike
And
traffic
remember
here.
to stay hydrated. It's gonna be a hot one. Sure am glad the station has AC.
There we go. Now, let's do this. One way. Way back here, though. See how many people use that to bail out. Whoops. Up in the trees here. Where are we? Okay, bike path. They're through here. Yep, here we go. This is where a bike storage can go. Yeah, so when you're dealing with the contours of the mountain, you have to be very cautious about how you're messing with raising anything. So when I put that in, I had to kind of work with the contours of the land. So we're gonna leave that the way it is. Depends on how much you charge people. So you can charge them a parking fee if you want, which will discourage use but will make you money. So early on when I play, I tend to charge for parking at a facilities, and that's how I make money. And then once I get my industry to start making the money, then I don't have to do that anymore. And then you can encourage use. And they've also updated the sim. You used to just be able to just max out charging for parking and make googles of money just from parking charges, and people would just use it. You could just put all your parking at 50, and they would just park and just pay. They don't do that anymore. So if you spike pricing on things, they will just not use it. So I'm really messing with pricing. I'm not charging anything. I'm not charging a parking fee for my bike parking. I use bike parking to get them to get off bikes and walk. Otherwise, they just bike everywhere and they ride all over the place. So if you want them to stop biking, you have to put like places for them to park. And like if you put bike parking like in different spots, it like has them like ride, it seems, in different areas. So I've messed with that a little bit. But yeah, like in the early game, I use parking to make money. Nah, no need to. I'm making 100,000 an hour right now. I have 46 million clams here. Again, early game, you're right. Charge them. Figure out how much they'll pay and charge them. Later game, I want them using them. I'm not going to charge them. In fact, I dropped all the pricing on my trams. My trams are free. I want to encourage people to come in the city, use bikes, use the facilities. So probably the next thing I drop here and make free is going to be busing. So these are free. Usage is great on them right now because of that. Now for busing, I dropped college to nothing. Here, let's drop inner city to nothing. Maybe barely anybody's using it. And then let's encourage these guys to come here. Free. I'm also going to lower the price of taxis here. I'm going to do 15 bucks. All right. Let's see what that does to the overall sim. Because transit is rarely entirely subsidized by the state. So you're basically paying, the riders are paying for the infrastructure versus in other parts of the world, you know, everyone is contributing towards the infrastructure. That's very true. There's consequence to that as well. I mean, we're using this game as an example, right? So, and not too far, you know, you're going to draw in lower income riders if you drop the price to free, which is what you've done here. And so sometimes higher income don't want to ride with lower income, so then that drives them to taxis, right? So I think people are sort of just that way. You know, that's one of those, that's the way it is, sort of things. But I am a fan of public transit. Personally, I use it when convenient. Key being when convenient, right? There's no public transit in like my immediate area, but I've visited multiple cities that have public transit, and when I do, yeah, you can fly to Minneapolis and take a train from there, like right to the heart of downtown, and get right off, and there's your hotel. It's pretty cool. Much different than the Southwest, where we don't really have a lot of. Found a little bit of trams. A little bit of trolleys, but nothing like what you see in other parts of the world. Well, I heard in New York they're gonna make it free. Well, speaking of transit, what's going on over here? Speaking of my free public transit. Gonna add a little bit of death care here. I have pretty good death care, but with the high dense areas, just sometimes just tax every little hearse you have. I think that's an accurate statement, Dustin. It didn't used to be that way. But yeah, that is the way it is now. From what I hear, I have not visited New York City in many years. Oh, what do we got over there? Something was abandoned, huh? Because of noise pollution. Oh no, there was no noise pollution. This building was abandoned? Really? Should I put a street in? I'm gonna go right through there. Right to there. Then we're gonna put in housing in here. Southwest, high density. Yeah, everything is expensive there, from what I hear. Car driving there is just sort of ridiculous. I mean, I don't know why you would drive a car in New York City. I mean, their public transit, whether or not there's fare evaders or not, is outstanding. Look at my money spiking. Yep. That's the way it works at the higher levels, because you do things like sell electricity and sell goods during a certain hour, and that gives you huge money. But you only do that like when the demand is there, and the demand isn't there, then you don't do it. Oh, I guess we have no medical over here. And lacking death care. I must not have expanded the district or something. What do we have here? Okay, yeah, that's right. I shrunk the district because we were going to make that something different than it turned out to be. Here. All right, let's fix that. There we go. I like that I've kept the name, though. That even though it didn't turn into a farm, it's still named Cindy Apple Tree Farms. Uh-oh. There we go. Get that. I'm going to go to there. You're going to go to there. You're going to cover Cindy to there. Oh no, Cindy Apple Tree Farms is down here. So it still could be a place where we end up farming. You never know. Alright, we're here. Okay, this should be now covered. Go get them. Go death care and medical care. Well, there's always move-in traffic, so we're leaving things for now. So no bike paths go in until after move-in traffic is done. Unless I were to pre-plan for the area. Sometimes I do that where I pre-draw it in, but this is intentionally just a place to populate in a grid style, okay? And then we'll bring back the bikes, but with trains in this area, we're gonna slowly add bikes over here. I have no idea how the bikes are going to work with the trains. Oh, sure. You want to see a map of my city? There you go. I'm going to do a couple things real quick here before I show it off. I'm gonna get rid of. I'm a focused economy, so anything you see here where they're demanding, they're suffering, it's because I've tried to tax out that resource. So we'll get back to you there, Dustin. You're right. Maybe we'll name it something like Cindy Draper. Anyways, so quick tour of the city. Edge of the city here. You've got my airport, cargo district. This is actually a port district. Here is probably the heaviest population center that I have, along with heavy commercial. You can see the agricultural section of the city is dominant. And then the original city is over here, which is this part. This is kind of where we grew from. And then I'm slowly expanding this way, and this will become, out in the distance there, will become more of a higher population. So, for fun, the way I've designed this city is the inside here is relatively low population, and then as you move to the edges is where I've moved the population centers to. All right, Dustin. So, Cindyside Junction. You're not a fan of, huh? You want me to rename this to Cindy Draper? I kind of like Cindyside Junction, man. I got to tell you, like it seems appropriate with the trains in here. And I don't have buses here. I have trains, right? And we're gonna do trams once we adjust it. So I'm not gonna do buses, but we are gonna do trams. But I'll have to add a whole tram line. So yes, you're a little ahead of me. But yes, the next thing over here, once move-in traffic subsides, will be to add trams. I can't add trams right now because move-in traffic is going to slow them down too much. It'll create traffic jams, and I don't want that. So we're going to wait until move-in traffic subsides a little bit, and then probably the first thing I'll do is add in trams. Oh, you used to live in... Okay. All right. Here we go. Watch this. Cindy Side. Draper Junction. There you go. At a mineral farm. No. Okay, so that's a good question. What about a mineral farm? So I'm driving specific types of industries out with taxation. So I don't want certain types of industries. So right now, I don't want any woodworking. So furniture making, paper, timber, 30% tax to have it here. So you see, nobody does that. So that's why I'm not really making any money, because and I destroy these buildings when they show up. Same thing with vehicles. I don't make vehicles here because I don't make the subcomponents for them. Metals, crude oil, into the other stuff you're asking about. Metal ore, right? Minerals, nope. 30% tax. Plastics, wood, coal, stone. So, now steel, and minerals, I've held my breath on. I'm glad you mentioned it, actually, because look, we're only 10%. Yeah, we're going to tax them. Get them out of our city. So for a little while, I'm going to make a ton of money. And then they're going to get out of my city. Because I want this city focused entirely on economies and supply chains that have to do with agriculture. I'm trying to get certain building types to pop that only pop with agriculture. So there's a whole thing with supply lines with the way the game is played now, where you have specialized industry which feeds your industrial, and then the product from that industrial is what feeds your commercial. So I have a commercial economy focused on services, right? Like I have trying to build a pretty big commercial sector. Well, that needs food, and that needs vegetables, and that needs grain, and that needs things like that. So that's what I built here. Also, like minerals, oil, whatever, like all of that causes pollution. So that lowers the health of my citizens too. So that this city that I'm doing, just this one in particular, is a focused agricultural based economy. Yeah. So more like an eco city. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, I'm all wind power. So we haven't added in any other power sources. I haven't even added in a solar farm yet. We're just wind powered. How is our wind power? 298, only consuming 163. Not bad. Now, part of the wind has solar panels attached to it, so it is a little bit of both, but Oh yeah, I mean, I do that already. So the reason I have so much control under my garbage right now is because of the way I'm doing recycles. Recyclables turn into electronics, turn into other things you can export. And I have the ability to export through my cargo harbor. So I have a large cargo harbor that, as you see, isn't even close to being full. So that's no problem. And this is where my recycling center is right now. And you'll see that we don't really have any stored garbage. I was able to pull out. I used to have a dump in the center of the city here. In fact, it used to be. Let's see if you can figure out where it used to be. Let's look at ground pollution. Oh, it cleaned. So it used to be here. But the ground pollution has gotten cleaned over time. This is now where my bad ground pollution is. So the recycling center is right here. I'm going to surround this with some more parks to see if I can contain it. Put a really large one in. No, where is there's one with 99. Yep. This is the one. 99 attractiveness. There we go. In a great part of the city too, right? When we're ready to add those bike paths in, it's going to look nice.
Immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
I agree with you, Dami.
Please exercise
That's
caution.
exactly correct. That is the best place to place that. And you'll see in my original city design, so as I began, right? That is exactly what I did. So here's my industrial section. Industrial.
Hi guys.
You'll see that my supply lines are close. I have a separate entrance for supply lines. This is where the cargo is. I don't drag anything across the city. Here's my airport. This is the only one that's questionable. Probably it would be better to have the airport in between here and have these further out, but that's tough to do in the beginning of the game when you only start with one square. So if you see, I've got residential. This is almost exclusively residential.
I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time.
Hold on a second here.
I'd never get anywhere.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
A chilly day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
Anyways, as I was saying, you're correct, and that is how I've set up this city. So as the city expands, you do things differently, and each city I find as I've built more and more, I'm just playing with different designs. So most of my cities take the approach of heavy city, middle core, light population on edges. I mean, that's how a lot of cities are designed, right? I decided to do this one a little bit different, just for a unique, fun effect. Exporting is for, you mean emptying? Emptying is if you're trying to empty your stored garbage into another stored garbage location. Oh yeah, I have plenty of policing. This is my prison right here. Oops, not that one. Here it is. Here's the prison. We have 5 of 500 people in here. Plenty of room for, here, we'll even give them a library. Help the prisoners out a little bit. But yeah, we're pretty good when it comes to, this is a bug. it's a glitch when it comes to iconing. So it'll go away eventually. They've done a good job of there's that some, I don't know, maybe once a year it does an icon check. Once every 2 years, but at some point it does an icon check and it cleans up all bad icons, it seems. Most of the time.
This is an emergency broadcast.
Not all the time though. Some stuff sticks around, as you've probably seen from some of my other streams. Well, I mean, population's booming today. We're up over 120,000. I'm going to give this a quick save, since the last time I saved was at 100. And we're going to resume for a little bit. What are people upset about? Small homes, unemployment, traffic. Okay, unemployment. Let's see what that's all about. 26.1%. We have more jobs than employed, but we probably have an education issue, which is why not everybody has a job. So we're going to look around here for education. Probably need to add a urban elementary school. Let's see where I want to add that in. Yeah, this looks like the most in need area. We're going to put that right here. Still within walking distance. Look at that, yeah, instantly filled. Alright. That'll help with the joblessness. So my joblessness rate right now has less to do with not having enough locations for people to work and more to do with people are not educated enough to work where they need to. Or work where there's job availability. I don't know. That's a good question. I was pretty excited with this new studio's announcement, Icebox Studios, talking about this game. I think they sound pretty passionate about improving this game, and I also think it's interesting, like, this is Cities Skylines, right? Like, I've misspelled the title of this game several times in my stream, but as I was correcting all of my old streams to the correct way that this game is titled, it's Cities Skylines 2. Right? So, to me that means you could have like a cities colonial times, cities medieval times, cities whatever, right? I think that I've played games like Final Frontier and stuff that's like a simulation from that, but I think that would be fun to be able to play something that's during a certain time period, like the Gilded Era, or during the Renaissance, right? Like Cities Renaissance, and it's not Skylines, it's a Renaissance game that you're playing. Oh, I mean, I wasn't. So I'll give you my perspective on this as somebody who is in the software industry, not as a developer, but as somebody who I do a lot with software license compliance. So I do a lot with like the agreements that are written for software. So those agreements you just click yes to and don't read. I read all of those. So I can tell you, because of the work that I do, that software companies in general commonly buy and sell products or parts of themselves to each other, and that the behavior of switching studios or buying and selling the studio is not always an indicator that that's a problem. I mean, many times it's an indicator that there's a better place for the development of the game to be. And then that's where it belongs. So there are lots of examples of other games that have switched studios and then become a more successful or an equally successful game. Not just games like this one. I mean, it goes on and on. You could pick the most popular game in the world right now and know that that's not the original studio. It may have an original studio name, but there's nothing original about Blizzard. But they seem to be doing just fine. How are you able to distribute schools, hospitals, and government facilities? I was only able to do it by planning the neighborhood in a square layout and creating another square inside the neighborhood for government facilities and schools. Is it possible that... Okay, hold on. Let me answer Dami's question first. So the way I do it is through districting. So I set up a lot of districts to manage my individual areas. And so, like, for example, if I lay down a school, I'll assign that school to the district. So this school here is assigned to this district. So I'm telling the school, don't bring in students from outside this district. Now, there's lines that go, the school can reach out here, but you have to be part of this district to attend the school, in theory. That's what I have set. So that's how I control districting. And then by doing that, you make it so that you can gain the bonus, the walking bonus, right? So when you're within walking distance of school, you get a bonus for that. So a learning bonus, right? So we're going to put this down here. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to select this district. So he's only going to operate here. And then I'm just going to go ahead and upgrade the building so I don't have to worry about coming back to it. I have enough money coming in that I can do that now. Early on, that's not what I'm going to do. Early on, I'm going to not upgrade buildings until I absolutely need them, and then maybe even a little beyond. I have no problem with early on giving folks, like, you know, not even quite 100% when it comes to your service. So another thing I'll do, again, early on to save money, is you drop all of these. So you see I have right now, I have healthcare and death care at 150%. I mean, that ends up, that costs you more money. It's more expensive, right? But you can also drop this the other way, and you can drop the effectiveness. So you may drop a building that is the only building you can choose for the area because that's the only building that's available. And it's way stronger than what you need. Especially early on, when your early healthcare and death care, garbage, education, fire, all of these, I would drop all of these to 50% to start. That's what I do. So I always charge for electricity and services and water. You can see down at the lower right hand corner the effectiveness, right? And then I drop these to start, and then eventually they go up the other way. Oh, look at that. I didn't pull fire and rescue up. We're going to, though. How much we got? 124? Ooh. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Sometimes there's always a little so whenever you do this, there's always going to be a little bit of clenching when it comes to your money, because you start spending a lot more, right? Instantly. But by doing this, you increase your efficiency of your service. So, come on now, go up. See, my service efficiency goes up to 20, goes up by 25%. So when you have the income and you have the city set up, you increase those, like I should have done a while ago. I thought I had. They must have shifted, or I must have shifted them and forgot about it, which is probably the more likely. But in the early game, you lower them down to like 50. Is it possible Colossal Order might have wanted to go independent publishing? I don't know. I don't think Colossal Order is going to make a rival game to this. I mean, why would they? They already have the market. This literally is like, I mean, this is SimCity. And this is SimCity 2, right? So let's talk about what this doesn't have. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. I want to be able to manage multiple cities, right? Was it SimCity 4, I think? That let you have regions, and then you could manage the different cities so that you could have a oil city and an agriculture city, and then you could have one city feed the other city, and I mean, that was cool. I think that ended up being, and then you could play online, right? So like then me and you could play, and like I could have a city and you could have a city, and we could, play. Cool. Super complicated, I think, especially when it comes to what people expect nowadays from games. Graphics, performance, cost, all of these factors have changed a lot since when EA had the corner on the market and could pretty much dictate whatever they wanted. And that was just what you got. Nowadays, there's just too much options for people. So yeah, I just don't see them making a new one of these. I not immediately, maybe in a couple years, but it would have to have regional play. I mean, the big upgrade to this game over cities is that this one you can make bigger cities, right? But we haven't found the cap with this yet. I have cities at 700,000 that could have kept going. I mean, I'm not even close to filling the map on my cities that are large. And I've seen people with cities over 1 million. And right now, it's the software and the hardware that's slowing you down, not the game itself like it was with cities. Well, thank you, Dami. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, exactly, Dustin. Tech City, Warehouse City. So, hey, I'm going to mention just real quick here. Thank you and welcome to my little corner of the internet. Thanks for liking my videos, those of you that have, and thank you for those of you that have subscribed. I don't stream a whole lot. When I do, the best way to know is because you've got some sort of notification turned on or something, right? So if you're curious when I stream, I don't really stream on a schedule. I do stream cities all the time when I play it, and right now, I'm obsessively playing it, and I happen to have time off work, so I'm playing this game. That's pretty much it. So it's been a lot of fun meeting all of you and chatting with people, and I appreciate everybody who's been sharing my videos and my content. So thank you very much. I just wanted to mention that because I know that there's folks that have come by, so thank you very much. But appreciate all the compliments and all the nice chat. It makes the game more fun for me. It's a lot more fun to build a city and share it with people.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge
If at some point I don't respond, it's probably because I stepped away from the keyboard for a few minutes like I'm going to do here. I'm going to go get a drink real quick, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Yeah, they have died. And death care is 95% fixed in the game right now. It is so much better than the death waves used to be. I refuse to complain about it. That said, there's still this little glitch thing that'll happen. They could have already been taken care of. I don't have tax death care in this region, and unless we see multiple buildings popping with death problems, it's not a traffic issue. Now, if multiple buildings all of a sudden start popping, it's one of two things. Either there's a death wave, a bunch of people die at the same time because of reason, or, more likely, there's traffic preventing the hearse from getting there. So, anyways, we're going to chill here for a few minutes. I'll be back in a few. Thanks again for watching.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
Good news for all local residents. Public transportation within designated areas is now free of charge.
There's no such thing as a free lunch, but a free bus ride might just be your ticket.
We're going live to Kim, who is out on the streets to find out how local residents are responding to the new transportation policy.
I'm standing in line waiting to head downtown. And the good news is, I left my wallet at the studio. I'm getting taken for a ride this morning, free of charge. I have Gloria standing next to me. Gloria, what do you think of this new transportation policy?
I'm loving it. Every penny saved counts. I just hope it doesn't make the buses more crowded. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
I hope you're having a great time. This is Liz Peterson on the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city.
Well, hey there.
It would open its doors till
Took a little break there. Had to
7
get a
days.
drink.
Now the place is shuttered, like most of the
Yeah, 120K. We just hit that, in fact, and so we're gonna give that a save. There we go. Or we were already there. Sorry,
How?
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, no, 120K. Look at that. Ha. No, yeah, we got there earlier today. I'll show you. We did some major expansion outside the city here, as I mentioned. So here's the original city, if you remember from yesterday. So here's where we started. Still got that same starting farmhouse that was there to begin with. There it is. So we still got the same starting farmhouse, and the city has, of course, grown exponentially from there. So, no, Dustin, I do not have a sports arena yet. Very limited build space in this area, so I'm sort of limited on the parks and things like that so far. So I it's not that I don't want one. I do. I just, like with everything else, I've been sort of slow on building it because I think this is only like 24 or 25% of the map can actually be built on. So yeah, it's been good. I figured out a little bit what was going on with my demand lines, and been able to get traffic to be in control. So, you know, the population's grown nicely, and we're kind of at the limit now of what I've zoned for. So if I zone outside of this, it'll give me more growth. And that growth is happening in this part of the city. So I just laid down this park next to this to try to kind of block any pollution that's going to come from this water treatment facility. Going to kind of take a look at my sewage treatment's right on the edge of what I can handle right now. So I'm going to put another one of these down. Probably another 2. They're going to hate it. Just 1. So these create pollution. So I'll have to move it at some point. But like I said, I've got real limited space to work with on the map. So got to be careful. I don't want to move it to a place where later I'm going to be farming from. So, and at the same time, I want to respect the contours of the map. So I'm not just going to like stick it in the mountain or something. Those are neat, huh? So these big buildings are part of the assets. So this is the Great Tower of Commerce. So the skyscraper pack came with a whole bunch of assets and additional buildings that you can drop. once you unlock them. Okay, so they all have things that you have to do to unlock them. I have unlocked the Grandview Heights. That's kind of the next big building that I'll end up dropping here. More than likely somewhere in this area if I can. If I can't, then it'll be over here. But I've been tempted to put it over here. That's why I haven't dropped it down yet. I kind of want to put this one over here along with this and then build up around them. So maybe put it here. In any event, that's part of the new expansion. So we've got these ploppable buildings that drop based off of criteria that you hit in the game. Some of it is just simply starting the game and you get those ploppable buildings, but other things are more specific. Like if you lay down certain types of industry and then you build those industries up, then you get those buildings awarded to you. So that's the big focus of this expansion. Here's another one over here. Still got some death care issues going on. I don't know why. We're pretty layered when it comes to death care. I mean, easy enough capacity handling, plenty of cemetery availability. So I am going to go ahead and for good measure just lay down another crematorium. We'll put it here. We're still all wind powered too. Some medical and death issues across the city. That's odd. Do we not have enough coverage? Oh yeah, that one little clip, it's not going to cut it. Is there a CN? There's got to be a CN hospital. The People's Hospital. That's going to go right there. It's actually going to operate in this district and in this district. We're going to slow down. What's wrong with you? You need to be moved. Alright, hopefully that'll help. It's a water treatment plant on both sides of the city. I'm going to move this too. Probably the way out here. Maybe that'll go to Cindy Apple Tree Farms. It'll be like Iceland, or Greenland rather. There's Greenland here. These are apple trees, really. That's what you're smelling. Not the hazardous collection waste. I think I'm gonna stick that out here. Ah, those are mountains. Yeah. Sorry, bud. I think Cindy Apple Tree Farms is where it's going. It's really what makes the most sense. I can pull a road over here. We need a medium road. Probably from here. Yeah, so for now, I'm just moving you. There we go. Now that costs money, so that's another reason why I always say take it slow. Make sure you have a big nest egg of money so that like when something like this happens or you want to shift your water plant to the other side of the city, you're able to do that. Whoa. Snow plus sunset equals major color fluctuations. That was trippy. Now I have a road to start the apple tree farm, yeah. What a weird sunset. It would probably look cooler if it wasn't snowing. Okay, so sewage treatment, pretty okay. Water availability, okay. Really, both will need to be upgraded before we go any too big more on population. We're gonna have to let it grow a little on its own here. Yeah, I may. I don't even know. I haven't really looked into turning off weather, but I might. I mean, when I'm playing, it's cool. Like, I like the effects. Like, they're neat. I think they look cool on the city, but like the camera view here of the snow on the screen, like, just it's borderline like cool when you realize what it is, but then it's like, well, now my screen is snowy. So, yeah. I go, again, it's like you said, and then you get all these weird, you know, holy cow, I don't know that it's a frames issue. Let's look and see if it is. It might be. Here, I'll pop my, I mean, you know, 42, 50 frames per second isn't great, but it's certainly not know, shouldn't be this. I mean, this is fine, but this isn't what we saw earlier, right? So I didn't have it up earlier. We'll see if it comes back. Oh, we're sinking on money, though. I'm going to need to add people. We need people to pay the bills. Okay, CN section of the city here. Going with the high density. And then I need to get my
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road
my
conditions.
landmarks
Please exercise
in.
caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that right there, I think.
Has been issued for the immediate area due to poor
Unless I
road
put it here.
conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay
I
off
think I'll
the
put it here
streets
and then
until
pull the train around behind it.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Let's slow the sim just a little bit here.
You're listening to the atmospheric piano channel. Anomalies Peterson. Don't touch that dial.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays.
Alright, that's
on the
gonna go
major
right
roads,
there.
especially during rush hour.
Expansive
Seems
Metropolis.
like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere
Alright.
fast.
Oh no.
It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your
Do we like that?
outside.
I think it could be
Oh, I
doable,
don't know.
maybe.
I'd
I'm
rather
gonna
wait
pull it down
longer
this way
traffic
more.
than have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
A little bit
Industry
more
is
flat
on
here.
the rise, and when
I can deal with that
business
little
is
hill
doing
there, that's
well,
fine.
that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
A chilly
Alright, now let's
day with
fix that
temperatures a
track.
little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
Do you have the real Statue of Liberty? No, I do not. I have the other dude. Yeah, don't worry. We'll be putting some stuff out there soon after we build this up a little bit. All right. I need to focus on my income a little bit here. We're dropping money because probably because unemployment is too high. Yep, 23% unemployment. So reason unemployment is so high is because we don't have enough educated workers. So we're going to both add more people, because more people will naturally spend more money, and we're going to more educate our workers. Kind of hold off too much more on the niceties for a little bit while we get the economy recovered here a little bit. Alright, where is my education at? Almost have elementary covered, but not quite yet. Okay, we've pivoted to these urban elementary schools. That one is full, isn't it? Before I add another one. Oh, yes, it is. There we go. All right. That craters our money a little bit. And let's let the sim run for a little while. Let's see if we can either recover money or look to build new industry. Let's mark. So we're losing money. Maybe. But right now we're not going to do anything. We're going to sit and wait. I want to see more. I want the game to play through more before I do anything. Yep, I agree. We need high schools. We need more grade schools. We're gonna let this play through a little bit. We're gonna see what happens for a little while. I've got 45 million to work with, so we're just gonna let this play through and figure out if this is just a slight bump because I spiked up a couple of services to 50% more on their budget, which could be, which will result in those services being more efficient, which will result in everybody ultimately at the end spending more money. But there's a period of time that's going to dip. So we may be in the dip. We may be waiting for buildings to level. Could be moving traffic. So we're just going to kind of chill and let the game play. We'll go to my my current favorite spot to kind of observe. Right about here. That's it. Maybe a few more homes, but for now we're gonna wait. All good thoughts. All good thoughts. But see, we waited, right? And now we're back to 25,000 an hour. Yep. Yep, we're gonna chill a little bit here. I'd like this to be about 10 times where I'm at right now per hour. If you're wondering how long it's going to be before I kind of make any changes to the city, I want that money to either, so I'm going to watch. So it's November 2032. So this is the month. By January, we're going to be somewhere with money. Much more balanced than where we're at right now. And wherever we're at, that should be a good constant. Now, we may settle out before then, but I don't know. Right now, we're fluctuating all over the place, which just means there's move-in traffic, new jobs, people dying. I don't know. I don't think there's lights. I don't think there's lit paths, are there? No, there's just these paths. Not that I'm aware of. Now these are lighting for some roads that don't have lights. I don't know if you can use those on bike paths. You might be able to. But again, we're going to hold off on that, right? Because, we're losing money again. So, our economy's not balanced. Oh, we got trash issues over here on the other side of the city. So, that's another issue. Now that we're in two different spots makes me a little worried about trash, so we're going to take a look at that a little closer. Yep, so you're not getting garbage pickup. No, we're not gonna mess with transit and parking. That's not how we're gonna do it. Alright, so we're not covering that yet. Alright, you're operating there. You can go here. You have enough, you should be able to go here and here. What is this? This is the... Oh. That's fine. Okay. That should bring... Yep, here they come. See, we're back to 20 grand an hour. Just takes a little patience. Oh, this one here. What are you doing? Who are you covering? That's fine. I get it, because I moved it. Everybody got confused. So now they have to come here. That may need to become a raised highway. added some power. Let this sim a little.
Driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Yep,
This has been
we're
a
bouncing.
local public service announcement.
So we don't have easy money. We're granting our look at that office. Hooray. Office space. That is a win. Okay, so with office space, I'm gonna do some CN styles down here. Okay, so that is a win for the office space. That is what I wanted. Let's make sure I've got decent mail coverage. Uh-oh. Where did I put my facility? It's over here. Yep. Just a slow sorter, that's all. Yeah, you have, that's road maintenance. So that's this one, road maintenance. See, it's all green, so it means I'm covered. They kind of fixed all the roads. Drop a little more CN here. Yep. Though we don't really have too much, again, this is move-in traffic. This is, right now, what we're seeing is move-in traffic. So, you are correct. I'll probably end up putting a parking lot in this area here. But parking is expensive, so I don't want to insert parking facilities into the game that have a cost, and then I'm trying to figure out where I'm trying to balance my economy. So it's not that I don't know how to make more money. I need the simulation to play through so that the decisions I make, I know, are directly impacting how the economy is going. So, like, right now, I'm just bringing more people into the city. So, that's fine. If I drop parking, there'll be a cost for parking initially, and then I'll have to figure out how much they'll pay so I can make money out of it. Or I'll just end up losing money from the parking facility, which can happen. And then that messes up me trying to figure out what's going on with my money. No, you're not understanding. I have $45 million. I'm not worried about losing a little bit of money per hour. I can lose 20 million an hour for or 20,000 an hour for, you know, what, like 100 hours. So like, you know, I'm not worried about it right now. Right now I'm just going to let it play through. So I've done a lot of changes to the game, and I've moved a lot of buildings around, and we had garbage issues, and now we've got a death wave, and now medical is up. It's the middle of the winter. This could even be the result of a spike in, if I spike too much in consumption and I start importing electricity, there could be so many factors. So before I start doing anything, I'm just going to chill. And then probably the first thing I'll do if I'm worried about my money is I'll go to existing facilities that already have like parking, and I'll just start charging them. So this also could be industry related. So we're just gonna wait. We're gonna let it play through. It's fun to see the money sort of fluctuate at the moment while we're waiting on the sim to catch up to all the changes I made. Even death care over there hasn't balanced out since I made the districting changes. It's still trying to balance itself. So it will. And if it doesn't, then we'll make changes. That's the challenge with this game, though, is you at times you want to do things. There's so many stuff, right? I mean, I'm sitting on a couple of upgrades I could drop right now. I mean, look at that. That's plus 12 well-being for being within 1.9 miles. Look at that. Plus 10% attractiveness citywide. Plus 10 well-being. Right? Look at this. What else I got over here? I just populated, right? All this stuff. So, I mean, all these things are great. But they all have their own needs. So, if I drop all those buildings, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to start complaining they don't have enough customers. And so then a building that's supposed to be helping me, while sure, it's giving me plus 10 attractiveness citywide, it ends up costing me a ton of money per hour. So gotta wait. Gotta let the game play. And then we'll take some action. Probably gonna be a commercial. I'll be honest with you here. I'm probably gonna go and go high commercial here pretty quick, and see if that'll cure some of my. Is that what are you? Northeast, yep. So that's Northeast high density. They have issues, but I'm gonna look for Northeast. I'm gonna look for opportunities for commercial first, because that'll employ people also, and I've got an employment issue. So here we can see I have all opportunities for commercial. We're gonna go high density, since we're gonna try to attract smaller department stores, things like that. We'll put one right here. But that's not the demand, I can already see. I also want to do more Dragon Gate low density, so we'll come over here. Nice. Maybe they'll pop. Maybe. And then over here, we'll see if low density waterfront will pop. So I'm gonna lower that taxi fee a little bit more. I know you're worried about money, and I'm lowering fees. Trust me. It'll be okay. Tough time of year for Cindy Springs. I don't think Cindy Springs does as well in the winter as it does in the summer. That's just my thoughts. You're right. You're right. We do need a high school. You're right. I don't doubt it. And that. You're right. That will be the first thing I add in here is a high school. Little bit of money settling out here is what I want. We're into December, and we're back to 24,000. So let's see. Let's see if we can hold that. Oh, here's my. Let's see if we can see the frame rate now. Yeah, see, it's the coloring of the game. It's not the frame. I wish it was frame rate. Like, I wish I could say that this is, but it's weird the way that the ray tracing is working. So I guess, but you can see it's not really a performance issue. Hockey arena, huh? I don't know that there's hockey. I've seen soccer. Sorry, football and American football. Soccer. Look, we're losing money again. That's why we're not adding anything. We're just on the edge. Oh, good tile upkeep. So that's another issue. I own a lot of tiles, and a lot of it's like unmanaged. Like out here, we're not gaining any benefit from what I own. So that definitely is hurting our money right now. So we got to keep an eye on that. This out here is a ton of tile upkeep for more services that cost money. What shall we put in here? Let's see here. I do have a top of the line Intel processor. I've had it for a while. I got an opportunity to get a good deal, and I jumped on it. So, all right, high school. I know you want a high school, so we're gonna add one in, another one. It's gonna be over here. I'm gonna do the CN theme to start with, and then I'll probably move to the urban style. But I don't think I have a CN high school yet. Okay, we can do, wow, they're pretty good size. Good. Ugh. I don't want to take that area. No, and I really don't want to cross. I mean, it could go here. Could go here. This isn't too bad. I could always do a walking path over to get to it. It's going to operate here and here. And that's it.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions...
All right, so we're over capacity on high school, so that's not an issue. Elementary's almost at capacity. College is fine.
Tuned to the best tunes in town when me, Liz Peterson,
I think I'll put a community... so we're going to do this here. We're going to put an all-day kindergarten in.
Did you know that Mozart loved playing pranks on people? He even created a piece titled A Musical Joke, where the passages were played out of tune. Isn't that cool? You're listening to that atmospheric piano.
Yeah, we're going to put a CN community kindergarten right next here.
Industry
Okay,
and
then
and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. Out and about with our
Yeah, we're gonna leave.
Kim is bringing us a live
Now we'll
report.
bring that in. Look at that size of that
Weather
bad boy.
is really, really bad out here. I still don't see why I'm
We'll
standing
bring
out
that in.
So how much accumulation?
And then we're gonna put the
power
city
do we
hall
Am I supposed to know that?
for CN right here.
I'm coming back in.
Right. Thanks for that real
All right. So now we're spiking costs even more, but it should help our citizens find jobs, which will make them make more money
We're
eventually.
looking at clear and sunny
And if
skies
not, then we
across the
can
region
raise
today.
prices of
I don't
services.
know about you, but I'm looking forward to getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air.
Oh,
later
it's
today.
not in the same
This is
district.
local
It's
weather
just in the
with you
same
all
area.
day, every day, rain or shine.
And my high schools operate like they service. So when I plop buildings, I plop them to service a district, so that this way it doesn't matter where I plop it, as long as I tell it where it needs to be servicing. So we're gonna do some more industry, by the way. We're gonna let them demand. Sometimes it'll just work itself out. So before I start bulldozing them, we're gonna let them come in and suffer a little bit. All right. So now we're really dumping money. 40,000 an hour. Let's take a look again at production. Where's our deficit? Grain. So we're gonna look and see where I can acquire more grain. There we go. Yep, perfect. So I can put a small grain farm like right here. Yep, just about there. Okay. The two different fish farm types. One is for offshore and one is for onshore. And you have to have, oddly enough, you have to have a onshore fishery before you can have an offshore. Okay, this is the main line, which I may change. Not right now, but eventually. Just so I can open up more of this for farming. Oh, look at that. We were losing 46,000 an hour, and now we're gaining 5,000 an hour. That's how quickly. That's what I said. When you get to this later point in the game, money can really like flip flop quickly. So you have to have like a large cushion so that you're comfortable just managing through that until you break into the next place, right? So boom, there. Look at this. I just flipped to 36,000. Am I paying for electricity again? No. Water? No. Most of this is my service cost. Look at my service cost. I'm gonna have to lower my my services here. Let's see. We're gonna take Park and Rec and we're gonna drop it to something more reasonable. And we're gonna take, honestly, fire and rescue. Maybe not. That's not a lot. Healthcare in general. It's so over, but so this is my biggest one, right? Along with transportation. I don't want to. I'm gonna leave it alone. I don't care. I'm just gonna lose money for a while. It's fine. We'll go back the other way. More people will move in. Look at my demand for living here. Plus, we have plenty of industry to build. We're gonna chill. Well, I'm also subsidizing all of the tram traffic. So, like, my trams are free. And I'm running them at high efficiency. So, it's a double whammy. Huh. Would you? Oh, look. We're back to making 14,000 an hour. 15,000 an hour. Alright, let's lay in some UK. Is there a UK waterfront? No. I have New England. Is this going to be the UK area of the map? It might be. Okay, and I got to watch this because this is... I need to put down a park to protect myself. Alright, this is UK. And then we're going to put, this thing is going to have to move eventually, but in the meantime, we're going to put down some parks to try to counter. Here, we'll put a soccer field down. Okay, there's a soccer field.
Driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive.
Campfire
and try to stay off the
sign.
streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has
Okay,
been issued
hopefully
for the
that will-
immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please
And then this is going to get,
exercise
like I
caution
said,
if you
moved
must
eventually.
drive, and try to stay off the streets until
But
conditions
for now,
improve. This has been a local
this will
public
give us
service
some
announcement.
extra low-density homes to develop out here. UK style.
Hi, listeners.
They will be
Listen
driving.
to the best tunes in town.
We're not giving them
Yes,
bikes
Peterson.
yet.
Bringing
Same with
you
these
the
guys, they don't get
freshest
bikes
tunes,
yet.
Along with more fun facts about the
We got
greatest
enough to manage
composers
without
of all
adding
time.
bikes into play.
Did you know that Mozart loved playing pranks on people? He even created a
Hey,
piece
we're back to
titled
50 an
The
hour.
Musical
That's
Joke,
good.
where the passages were played out of tune. Isn't that cool? You're listening to the Atmospheric Piano Channel, and I'm your host, Liz Peterson.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
All right, let's see what else we can benefit
A chilly
from.
day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
Maybe. I may put this in. This is a good way to make money. I will charge you for automated parking. Okay, we will buy the satellite uplink. Office is what I was looking for. Those are. That is solid. Struggling death care here. Just gonna add in just a little helper. And let's modify this a little bit. No need for heavy trucks here. We can bring in bikes now. And we can get rid of the combustion engine. Heck. This community. We can gate. See how it does. So we're gonna gate just for a little while. See how it does. If it messes up things, that'll be one of the things I gotta remember to change. Money is precarious at the moment. It's up, it's down. So. I'm not gonna gate that community. I'm gonna change my mind on that. So we're not gonna gate, but we will, you know, maybe I will add a bus. Maybe I'll add a tram. Alright, it'll cost, but that's fine. Alright, so I want it like here. Maybe. Anyways, that'll be one of the first things I add is a tram over there when some of these other things subside, like my death waves and my money. Hey, spiking back up a little bit. See what I'm talking about with parking? $10 fee. They're not even using the whole facility. And I mean, you know, look how many people there are here. Look how, I mean, you know, if anyone had cars, it'd be these guys.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service.
This is the closest I have to a Statue of Liberty, by the way.
Has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
I hope you're having a great time. This is Liz Peterson on the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about it all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
We're looking at clear and sunny skies across the region today. How about you? Getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air later today. This is local weather with you all day, every day, rain or shine.
Hey, thanks for coming by. For those of you who I haven't been chatting with today, I'm Radek, and you've stumbled upon my corner of the internet. I'm currently streaming Cities Skyline 2. If you have any questions, feel free to join in the conversation. Glad to chat. Right now, I'm waiting for my economy to balance out a little bit. I've made a lot of changes, and I'm kind of waiting for my money to stop going from making $46,000 an hour to losing $46,000 an hour. I'd like to go a month where it's just sort of, in the green for that month. So we're chilling here for a while. If you have any questions, let me know. And those of you who have liked my videos, thank you very much. Welcome to all my new subscribers. Thank you all for subscribing. Thank you for those of you that are sharing my content. As you know, I don't do a lot of promoting outside of just talking to people here. So sharing of content ends up people coming here, and that's because of you, not me. So thank you. I appreciate that. Anyways, enjoy the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. Hope you're having a great day. Well, I'd love to give you a tour of the city. So, right now, we are in the northeastern, high density, mostly residential and some commercial part of the city. As we kind of fly on through the commercial district, over here I have a Southwest style school, mostly due to the need of the amount of students that Southwest School can hold. So Southwest can service 8,500, and so I dropped it there for that need, which then comes right up onto my central tram station. The original city where we started from was down here, so this would be the very central part of the city. So this is where we began, and I did this a little inside out. So normally you would develop your city so that the center of the city then becomes more densely populated as you go along, and then you push the more sparse populations to the edge, right? More low density to the edge. I kind of did the opposite. I'm trying to kind of surround this middle section with higher population centers. So I've got another high population district that I've pushed to the other end of the city. And this I've kept intact. So this is Old Town, if you will, at this point. Still homes, hasn't turned commercial or anything yet, but that could be a possibility in the future. But for now, this is just still that. I also do a lot of bike care in this part of the city, so this you can see is where I'm housing a whole lot of bikes. So I do a lot to manage all three forms of major traffic and then all the minor traffic. So your three forms of major traffic nowadays are people, cars, and bikes. Okay, so as soon as you enable bikes, that's another form of traffic, and now it's something else that you have to manage. So here's another place to manage bikes. Now that said, where do the bikes go? Well, we've got bike over here, bike highways, sort of, along with pedestrian paths to connect people between my old city, which is here, and then my new city here. So I'm just talking still residential. We're an agriculture city, so everything that you see on the right side of the map here is my industrial section and my agriculture. And you'll see that's for supply lines. So these are my supply points, and then they connect directly to the industry, which means that the trucks don't have to travel as far, so they're not causing more traffic than need be. They're big vehicles, right? That said, I also have the cargo port down here. I went ahead, and this is my first one I built, so you'll have to forgive my sort of goofy design, but I built this cargo port out here as well, and it's right next to where my first airport is, my only one at the moment, which has a connection to that port. Here's how you enter into the cargo part of the city. I made this kind of double roundabout design because those are one-way roads. So instead of kind of smashing traffic together and then dealing with all that, I figured, why don't I just create two separate nodes that just go in two different directions? So I will say that this has been my most effective neighborhood node that I've ever created. Now, granted, it doesn't really take in a lot of traffic except for industrial traffic. Like, there's no move-in traffic or anything here, so it's sort of like an oversized intersection to begin with. but this is going into my design for future cities. So I would encourage you to explore kind of this double roundabout idea, separating that traffic again with one-way routes. I wouldn't do double roundabouts if they were going 2 ways each. I think now you're just sort of creating a mess. But if you create it like this, where one traffic goes one way, one goes the other, now you've split it, you're effectively getting like 8 lanes of traffic separated. So anyways, that's what I did there. And I've got this, I put a grand bridge that crosses over this. And right now it's not really it's just covering, again, it's 2 lanes of traffic. So one's up top, one's going in on the bottom. And then probably my favorite view of the city is like here-ish. Or one of my favorites, because you get I love this double bridge that they've introduced. I think it's really cool, and it's fun to mess with. Oh, yeah, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, no, this is all this stuff I do is a stream. Right now I've been too lazy to edit my stuff into a video. Oh, I like that. Sky Highway in Boston in the 90s, right? It does have a Boston feel to it, doesn't it? I agree with you. Yeah, I haven't even had a chance to drop the Golden Gate Bridge yet. I haven't decided exactly where I want to put the Golden Gate. This city is funny. I don't know if any of you played with this map before, but like ultimately, you have this. You're kind of like an island when it comes to multiple outside entries from both sides of your map, right? So you're like in the middle here. So I can't decide where I want my Golden Gate Bridge to go. I kind of want to make it like gargantuan, like from here, like all the way across, like covers all 3 of these, right? But credit to the developers when it comes to playing in normal mode. They've done a lot of things to discourage you from doing things that are just goofy like that, and instead have pushed you more towards making functional cities and doing things that make more sense, which I appreciate. So anyways, I ramble. That's genuinely sick. I love the design of your city. I haven't progressed far enough in my main city to really dabble into ports or airports, but that's my next step. Well, take your time, honestly. It'll be there before you know it. And one of the things I've said a couple times as I've been playing, and you'll see, this is my, what is this, number 4? This is the 4th session that I've played, and I am 9 hours into this game, 9.5 for the day, right? So I really think going slow is important, and allowing the simulation to just sim and play, and being very cautious when you make too many changes and reacting too much to the emoji icons that jump up, right? Like all these emoji icons I have right now, I'm not going to react to, because there's not a lot that I can do that's going to affect that. Now, if they keep popping like that, maybe that means there's a traffic issue that I have to deal with. But for the most part, I mean, they're already dealing with whatever emergency situation is here, right? So this is what's affecting, the whole traffic in general, which is probably affecting death care. And it is what it is. I was talking about this earlier, is remember, just like in a real city, like, sometimes there's times when there's heavy traffic. I mean, there just is. And, sometimes there's time when there's not. So But hey, thanks so much for hanging out. And again, thank you everybody for everyone who's liking and subscribing to my stuff. Again, since I don't really promo my things, I don't get out and meet people unless people come by. So, and I do this when I'm like on vacation. So I kind of stream in spurts. So I create like all this content and then I'll not for a while. So, but right now, man, into cities and yeah. Well, we're losing money. That hasn't happened in a while. It's kind of shocking when my population went to 128 and then I start losing money. But I have no demand for work. That's rather curious. I am gonna slow the sim a little bit here to see if I can figure out what's going on. I'm gonna look at my production to start. Well, somebody mentioned fish before. This may be a place where we can start making money again. We don't have a surplus here. In fact, we've got a deficit. And we could maybe do the offshore fish. I haven't messed with that at all. Where's the offshore fish? Okay. Okay, I get it. It's green. Green means fish here. There's a road required. Okay. Where can we put you? And I don't have to buy anything for you. I think I can put you here. Okay. Little fishing wharf. Well, remember, I'm focusing my industry, so I'll talk about that in a little bit. So I am building industry, but we're building a fishing industry. All right. So here's my new little fish building. Let's build a little. Oh, I like that. What's with the little dudes? Are they gonna get jobs? Okay, so we've got our port. What's this fish? Open water. Yep. What's this? Fishing route. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I want to do it here. Pretty much like this spot. And turn it just like any other farm. Do a narrow seaway. Narrow seaway here. And then can I do one over on the other side? Just not quite as big. So eventually we can buy more and come out here. Oops. Wrong thing. Okay, so we're gonna do open water fishing like here. us now mess with the area. Oh, you read my mind. Yes, ski resorts. 100%. And I need to see them skiing. Like, yes. Like, with that, do you get hiking sims too? Like, do they go hiking? I think you should have hiking sims. Yeah, exactly. I missed that from Skylines. I missed that whole experience of needing to manage events. That was fun. Like, managing concerts and things like that. Like, that was fun. Managing football games. Like, no. That was some fun stuff. I'm still hopeful that's all coming. Like I appreciate how difficult it is for the developers to work on this game. Like, I really do. I don't have any problem with how long it's taken for them to release the content. I know my opinion is kind of in the minority, but I'm glad I bought the game early. I'm glad I bought the expansion early. I'm happy. I've been happy. So when the game gets into a place where I'm like, oh, it's buggy, I just stop playing for a while. I mean, that's just what I do. And I'm just like, whatever, it's fine. But it hasn't been there now in a while. And even then, I could still find ways to have fun with the game. So anyways, just my opinion. All right, so we've added in a big fishing industry, right? Offshore fishing. I'm going to kind of watch these guys from here. There we go. How about like that? Little fishing boats there. Well, I like the idea of mountain bike paths. Like, I like that idea as being like a type of path, and then maybe like a facility that has mountain bikes, right? Like a mountain bike. Because the big thing in this seems to be that, excuse me, Sims are sharing bikes, right? So that seems to be a thing. So there should be like a mountain bike dispensary or whatever, right? I like that idea. I'm sure water is going to become a thing here soon, if it's not already. Yeah, I'm right on the edge. These are already upgraded, so just have to keep an eye on that. Hey, look, they're developing. Some high density not full. Okay, so they don't want high density. Low density waterfront.
Advisory has been issued for
Let's
the
drop some of
immediate
that.
area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This is
Maybe right here.
Local public service announcement.
Oh, I really love that song. For some reason, that song is always stuck in my head, and not in a bad way. This is Liz Peterson, and you're listening to the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Nope, that's not it. Does not want
Chilly
low
day
density
with
waterfront.
temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your
I can
jacket.
put normal Southwest style. Alright, that's what the demand is. And I have to go with that at this point because I'm sure I've got massive unemployment. 23 is not too bad. High school's right at the edge of availability. How's this high school doing? Don't I have one over here? One of you is a high school. There it is. Ooh, that's a pretty big task. You think so, huh? So here's the deal. when it comes to electricity, and sort of what I'm doing. I think you got a good point, right? So first of all, if you look over here, I didn't know if maybe you didn't see this earlier. I've been building a wind farm out here next to the airport. So any windmills that I add are getting added out here. What if we slowly turned this into like a Netherlands section of the city? So I'll put Netherland windmills down as like parks, and then we can turn this into like a Netherlands section of the city. I like where you're going with that. One of the reasons why the windmills are actually in this location has to do with the way they're picking up wind. So the wind does not blow universal across your sim map when it comes to wind speed. And so your location of your windmills is going to be determined on if you can get your 6 watt max for wind speed. If you can't, then, I mean, build that windmill at your own risk then. I wouldn't go with wind if you can't maximize wind. You just end up needing way too many windmills at the end of the day. Now, that all said, like I showed you, looks like I can grab some wind from the side of that mountain, and that's going to be a perfect place to build a big wind farm right along there. So what I will do is, as I purchase more space, I'll start to move the existing wind farm over there. My only concern, as I say that, maybe instead of moving it over there, you know, maybe I can take this wind farm and, like you said, move it outside the city, but maybe move it up over here. Wouldn't that be great? Well, this is an agricultural city, and I've done a great job of keeping a lot of pollution out. So I figured, why not? The other great thing about wind power is that you know, not only does it not create the air pollution or the ground pollution, but it doesn't create garbage. So you don't have any garbage that you have to pick up or collect when it comes to, like, the maintenance is really low on them. If you can get wind power to function for your city, I entirely recommend it. I think it's one of the best ways to do power. Really, I mean, aside from this one, hydro maybe is better, I guess, because it produces more power if you can get it. But wind's it. But I like your recommendation about moving these windmills outside the city. So we have a lot of them. I kind of like these here. You know, they're near the freeway. You know, we're not going to build there. And I think we focus on where we're going to build first. So let's just take that. And then let's see if I can get the high wind still by putting them here. I sure can. Okay, we're going to go right there. That's a long trip for that wire. But hey, I'll take it. I know, right? That's why I'm doing them slow, and I'm slowly upgrading the area as well, so that I can benefit from it. And then, like I said, I want to add in the park. So, you know, if we're gonna pull windmills, I mean, there should be leftover windmills here, right? So you can give me a chance to reshape everything too while I'm doing this. That's a great idea. Yeah, historic windmills. Well, I'm turning this into Netherlands style, and that's one of the Netherland pieces. So we're gonna ham it up there a little bit. It's like these will all be low density. I've already got a couple of soccer fields set up, so. This has already got a bit of a European feel to it. And then yeah, I'll slowly shift those windmills to the edge of the map. In fact, we may even do a little bit of medium population here towards the edge. So, Netherlands. Oh, there's even low rent. Nice. So we can put low rent Netherlands right there. And then medium, like here. And then keep this low. There we go, 130,000 people. Not bad. Let's give the game a save here. Just under. And there'll be a little move in traffic here, so let that kind of work its way through. Oh, all you use is the New England. So I've lived in New England. I've lived on Long Island. I've lived in New Hampshire. So I realize Long Island's not really technically New England. But I've lived in New Hampshire, and I live in the Southwest now. So I too enjoy the stuff that I'm familiar with, right? So I love the Southwest stuff. So I put the Southwest stuff down all the time. But, you know, I've got a whole New England section of the city, as you saw. So this is the Netherlands section.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
I also have
This
a
has been a public service announcement.
Chinese section too, which I put gates in for over here.
Please exercise caution if you must drive.
So here I use the dragon gates
approved.
somebody suggested,
This
so I
has
put
been
those
a
in.
local public
Oh, I'm
service
missing some.
announcement.
I need to add them.
Keep it tuned right here, everybody.
Try to
This
line
is
them up
your
and down
host,
the city.
Liz Peterson, and you're listening to
Where's my Dragon Gate?
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about
It's
hitting
this
the
one.
streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Oh, you live in Maine.
Street is
Nice.
on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats out.
I'm out here in Arizona.
In this boat, Glenda.
We're looking at clear and
Little bit
sunny
different than
skies
Maine.
across the region today. Don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to getting out and enjoying a nice walk in the fresh air.
I've
later
been to
today.
Maine, though,
This is local
but I was
weather
very, very young,
all day,
and I
every
barely
day,
remember it.
rain or shine.
Okay, I think. No, over here too. Basically, any entry where I have it, it's an entry to the Chinatown part of the city. I'm trying to set up the Dragon Gates. I think it looks cool. Oh, over here too. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. You can see I'm still hurting for gathering tourists into the city, even though I've got numerous ways to make that happen. So I like the thematic aspect of this, though. So you know, I've kept up with it. So now we've got, you know, you got the big gate here, and then we probably need one here, right? Yep, right there. Kind of like a double gate there. Yeah, no, I don't have the Space Needle yet. Nope, nope. Have not dropped that yet. Yeah, there's a lot of things I haven't dropped yet. In this city. My other cities, I have other cities where I have like almost everything dropped. Not everything though, because I don't have that achievement. But not this one. No, this one is still slow. Intentionally I'm trying to make it so I don't bork my city.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected.
Oh.
We urge citizens
I have the
to
western.
stay inside
I have
until the
this.
storm has passed.
The observation tower. Is that what you mean?
We interrupt this program
I do have
to bring you a
that.
Special news bulletin.
A heavy storm
I don't
is
think I have
approaching
the Space
city,
Needle.
and the likelihood of hail is very high.
I don't think I've
Slowdowns
researched it
and
yet.
Damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is passed.
Yeah, it looks like the Space Needle. I call it that too a lot of times. It's the Western Observation Tower. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. Yeah, it totally looks like it. And I will be right back.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
Alright. Dinner's cooking, but I'm gonna take some time here before dinner and move some windmills. I'll put some sound barriers up. Back over 40 million, so we're covering. Yeah, I think they're pricey, so be careful with them. They raise the cost of your roads, but yeah, you can use them. We still haven't got these poor people business. What if I get a really, really tiny park? And we put it right here. Now they have to walk past it to get to the playground. They can park their bikes and then walk past it to get to the playground. Which is what they're doing.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are
Oh, I
advised
know
to
why.
remain indoors until the situation
It's
passes.
gated. Well, that shouldn't matter. It is why your cities are struggling. So one thing about districts, I would recommend that you always do to start. So very early in the game, if you can take advantage of districting the whole area, enabling like just draw a district around your whole square just to start. That's how you get into starting to do districts, and then you can charge people a roadside parking fee. So like out the gate, once you can district, you can make money just by people parking on the side of the road. So, because they'll continue to park there, right? So, I mean, that's one recommendation for districting. The other thing, and the reason I use districts is this is what allows you to really focus your services. So if you really don't want, like this here is really hard to manage because of the amount of people. And what's funny is this district I have is it's basically too big. I need to make it smaller. Probably should be about half the size. That's why I'm having these issues of like care, because the resources that are dedicated, right? Like, so I've got all these death care facilities right here. There's one here, right? So, I mean, they're ready to go. But if for some reason this guy is the one who's trying to take care of it, then it causes a problem. So, these are actually bugs now that I look at it. But if this wasn't a bug and I was getting a death wave, that could be a contributing factor. Is that I'm in a pretty good size. Even for this one's a pretty good size district. Okay, I don't have any extra room there. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's because, well, it's two things. Number one, because the services travel too far, and number two, because they start competing. So it's fine to have a bunch of services in the same area that can compete if you have like a really heavy population that can support that competing. Otherwise, what happens is there's like some sort of like, you know, think of it like a next up order, okay? And so like if you have, you know, 3 buildings supporting an area, and in the next up order you have one that's next up and it's farther away than a closer building that doesn't have somebody who's next up, but if the sim waited 30 seconds it would, well then it's going to send the resource from the far away building, And then as the resource is traveling, if your closer building frees up, it doesn't matter. The other one's going to keep traveling. Versus what should have happened was either A, you should have been notified that your resources were low in your general area, and then you know to add something. Or B, you would just wait, right? Like, oh, there's a brief holdup, and oh, no, big deal, it just goes. So it allows you to focus your services a lot more, because you can tell each building, whether it's a school or a cemetery or hospital or cop, like you can tell them what area to cover. So then you can control entirely where you want them to go. I'm pretty broad with districting. If I got more, I think if I got even more specific, I could probably reduce. And I may even do that. I may do that more next game. But it seems like the more specific you get with districting, the better. What I did in my early stream, you can see, and a big benefit I had was, so early on, this was the center of my city. So this is where all the traffic was coming, right? And I had on the left side, I had residential, and then right here was industry. And so how do you keep the big trucks away from the little cars? Well, you can do that through districting. What I did was I made it so that this district doesn't allow for any heavy trucks. So there's a heavy truck ban in this district. So they can't drive down these roads. So that keeps the heavy trucks away. So that instantly removes them from the traffic factor. And you can see they have to travel down that one narrow little kind of side road there. They have to travel around that right here. This is their only place they can come if they're going to exit the city this way. Now, I have plenty of places for big trucks to go over, like here and get on the city. I'd rather have them go here. But if they push this way, they can only get through this one area. I did that through districting. So that's just an example, right? But it's sort of, if you're going to get into the bigger cities, you have to district, or it just becomes unmanageable. Oh, you're welcome. Glad to help. All right, we're going to take a view of the city here and then sit for a little bit. It's summertime, so it should be really pretty to watch.
A severe hailstorm is
All right.
Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
Right there. You should. It's a really good idea.
This is an emergency broadcast.
I will say, you may feel overwhelmed loading up a city of that size and then adding districts, especially if you haven't played it much since the patch. So what'll happen is when you load it, if you've played it since the patch, then whatever. But if you haven't played it since the patch, like, a lot will change. My big cities also, some of them aren't districted correctly. One day I may go back and fix them, but for now, it's almost faster to start a new city. I mean, it's funny. Every time I make a new city now, it's just better and better and better as far as the planning goes. And it makes it easier when you plan up front for this stuff. It just does. Now, that said, every city's fixable. That's the beauty of it. You're charged for, bulldozing and things like that, but everything is fixable. If you do redistrict that big city, just remember that after you district, it may take 3 to 6 months of game time for it to all adjust and everything to work correctly. So make sure you if your city's doing pretty good now and you got a good way of making money right now, Like, build yourself a nest egg so that you can go through a period of time where you're losing as much money as you normally make. And if you can do that, then you'll be fine. But that's the only thing I would caution if you start just districting everything. Like, the Sims will react, and sometimes it's not positive. Yeah, banning trucks is a good start. That's a, like, if you know for sure that you can corner off an area and be like, this is just residential. Boom, boom, boom. This is residential. There's no reason for a big truck to be here. Ban them. Done. So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna start off with just using those things, that's a really good idea. And then from there, what I recommend you do is, do ads. So like, if you have a district and all of a sudden they have demand for something, then focus on, okay, do I want to have certain buildings just work on that district and stop going out of district for servicing?
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Keep it tuned right here, everybody. This is your host, Liz Peterson, and you're listening to the Atmospheric Piano Channel.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
A chilly day with temperatures a little low, so if you're heading out, don't forget your jacket.
Well, hey, I want to thank everybody for hanging out tonight. Thank you all for watching my stream, for interacting, and just adding to my fun in playing. I want to thank everybody who liked my videos today and liked my stream. Welcome to all my new subscribers. Glad to have you aboard. And again, that's the best way to know when I do stream is to subscribe, because then if you turn notifications on, you'll get a notification. I am going to call it a night here. That was about 10.5 hours, so pretty solid. I will be back at it again. Not sure if it's going to happen tomorrow. If I do, it won't be for as long. It'll be for a shorter period of time. Maybe early in the morning. But otherwise, I will be back. Thanks again for hanging out. I'm Radek. Take care.